But so to not have authority and be forbidden to act beyond my authority on both counts, I am not authorized to take such action, and that would deny my vote.
In your statement, you included
Requesting
excerpts from
immediate
President Ronald
backup.
Reagan's inaugural address in 1981. The newly inaugurated president told the country, quote, "The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries. And few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle." Tell us, if you would, Mr. Speaker, why did you include President Reagan's words in your public statement?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schiff, because I have a lot of admiration for him. I had the opportunity of going to his home, one other person walking through.
Entering system. Second contact.
When he pointed out, which is, I have lived in other countries and have visited a few countries, and during election times, the fact that we
Entering system.
allow
True
an
sight.
election, support an election, and stand behind the election, even in the past when there have been serious questions about the election, and then move on without disturbance.
Entering system.
With
Holy
acceptance
vision.
That we choose to follow the outcome of the will of the people. That will means a lot to me, and I know it meant a lot to him, and so we included that.
Entering system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system. Highest mists.
Thank you, Speaker Bowers. I now want to look even more deeply at the fake elector scheme. Every 4 years, citizens from all over the United States go to the polls to elect their president. Under our Constitution, when we cast our votes for president, we are actually voting to send electors pledged to our preferred candidate to the Electoral College. In December, the electors in each state meet, cast their votes, and send those votes to Washington. There is only one legitimate slate of electors from each state. On the 6th day of January, Congress meets in a joint session to count those votes, and the winner of the Electoral College vote becomes the president. In this next segment, you'll hear how President Trump and his campaign were directly involved in advancing
Entering system. Nocalia's
legitimate
fortune.
Biden electors with fake electors not chosen by the voters. You'll hear how this campaign convinced these fake electors to cast and submit their votes.
Entering system. Grand
Certificates telling them
exchange.
that their votes would only be used in the event that President Trump won his legal challenges. Yet when the president lost those legal challenges, when courts rejected them as frivolous and without merit, the fake elector scheme continued. At this point, President Trump's own lawyers, so-called Team Normal, walked away rather than participate in the plan. And his own White House counsel's office said that the plan was not legally sound. Let's play the following video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Casey Lucier. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. On November 18th, a lawyer working with the Trump campaign named Kenneth Cheeseborough wrote a memo arguing that the Trump campaign should organize its own electors in the swing states that President Trump had lost. The Select Committee received testimony that those close to President Trump began planning to organize fake electors for Trump in states that Biden won in the weeks after the election.
Who do you remember being involved in those early discussions around Thanksgiving time regarding having alternate electors meet?
Mr. Giuliani, several of Mr. Giuliani's associates, Mr. Meadows, members of Congress, although it's difficult to distinguish if the members that I'm thinking of were involved during Thanksgiving or if they were involved as we progress through December.
At the president's direct request, the RNC assisted the campaign in coordinating this effort.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of CRNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
As President Trump and his supporters continued to lose lawsuits, some campaign lawyers became convinced that convening electors in states that Trump lost was no longer appropriate.
I just remember I either replied or called somebody saying, unless we have litigation pending that's like in these states, like I don't think this is appropriate, or this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but I got into a little bit of a back and forth, and I think it was Ken Cheeseborough, where I said, all right, you just get after it. Like I'm out.
At that point, I had Josh Finley email Mr. Chesbrough politely to say, this is your task. You are responsible for the Electoral College issues moving forward. And this was my way of taking that responsibility to zero.
The committee learned the White House counsel's office also felt the plan was potentially illegal.
And so to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound?
Yes, sir.
And who was present for that meeting that you remember?
It was in our offices, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Giuliani, and a few of Mr. Giuliani's associates.
The select committee interviewed several of the individual fake electors, as well as Trump campaign staff who helped organize the effort.
We were just, kind of useful idiots or rubes at that point. A strong part of me really feels that it's just kind of as the road continued and as that was failure, that got formulated as what do we have on the table. Let's just do it.
And now, after what we've told you today about the Select Committee's investigation about the conclusion of the professional lawyers on the campaign staff, Justin Clark, Matt Morgan, and Josh Finley, about their unwillingness to participate in the convening of these electors, how does that contribute to your understanding of these issues?
I'm angry. Because I think in a sense, no one really cared if people were potentially putting themselves in jeopardy.
Would you have not wanted to participate in this any further as well?
I absolutely would not have. Had I known that the three main lawyers for the campaign that I'd spoken to in the past and were leading up were not on board. Yeah.
I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. So that would have been using our electors.
Here you go.
Well, it would have been using our electors in ways that we weren't told about, and we wouldn't have supported.
Documents obtained by the Select Committee indicate that instructions were given to the electors in several states that they needed to cast their ballots in complete secrecy. Because this scheme involved fake electors, those participating in certain states had no way to comply with state election laws, like where the electors were supposed to meet. One group of fake electors even considered hiding overnight to ensure that they could access the state capitol, as required in Michigan.
Did Mr. Norton say who he was working with at all on this effort to have electors meet?
Safe
he
journey.
said he was working with the president's campaign. He told me that the Michigan Republican electors were planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so that they could fulfill the role of casting their vote per law in the Michigan chambers. And I told him in no uncertain terms that that was insane and inappropriate.
In one state, the fake electors even asked for a promise that the campaign would pay their legal fees. Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Nevada, and Wisconsin. At the request of the Trump campaign, the electors from these battleground states signed documents falsely asserting that they were the, quote, duly elected electors from their state, and submitted them to the National Archives and to Vice President Pence in his capacity as President of the Senate. Here is what some of the fake elector certificates look like as compared to the real ones. But these ballots had no legal effect.
Greetings, friend.
In an email
I am proud to announce that we are making great progress in our terraforming endeavors. You will find that our planet, Terra Nova, in the Sagaris system, is now a much more livable place once again. Again, great thanks to you for the part you played in this. Farewell, friend.
We urge that Pence act boldly and be challenged. Documents produced to the Select Committee show that the Trump campaign took steps to ensure that the physical copies of the fake electors' electoral votes from 2 states were delivered to Washington for January 6th. Text messages exchanged between Republican Party officials in Wisconsin show that on January 4th, the Trump campaign asked for someone to fly their fake electors' documents to Washington. A staffer for Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the Vice President the fake electors' votes from Michigan and Wisconsin. The Vice President's aide unambiguously instructed them not to deliver the fake votes to the Vice President. Even though the fake elector slates were transmitted to Congress and the executive branch, the Vice President held firm in his position that his role was to count lawfully submitted electoral votes.
Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes.
Which is what he did when the joint session resumed on January 6th after the attack on the Capitol.
Wow. Be like if I put on a Yankees uniform and said, I'm qualified to play center field today for the Yankees. Ridiculous.
The White House Chief of Staff telling this committee that the White House counsel's office felt that this fake electors plan was not legally sound. Nevertheless, the Trump campaign went forward with the scheme anyway.
Rapier.
Speaker Bowers, were you aware that fake electors had met in Phoenix on December 14th and purported to cast electoral votes for President Trump?
I was not.
When you learned that these electors had met and sent their electoral votes to Washington...
The ship will be undocking soon.
Well, I thought of the book, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight.
Powers, I understand that as you flew from Phoenix to Washington yesterday, you reflected upon some passages from a personal journal that you were keeping in December 2020 while all of this was taking place. With your permission, I'm wondering if you would be willing to share one passage in particular with us.
Thank you very much. It is painful to have friends who have been such a help to me turn on me with such rancor. I may, in the eyes of men, not hold correct opinions or act according to their vision or convictions, but I do not take this current situation in a light manner, a fearful manner, or a vengeful manner. I do not want to be a winner by cheating. I will not play with laws I swore allegiance to. Any contrived desire towards deflection of my deep foundational desire to follow God's will, as I believe He led my conscience to embrace. How else will I ever approach Him in the wilderness of life, knowing that I ask this guidance only to show myself a coward in defending the course He led me to. It's just what it was about.
I understand that taking the courageous positions that you did, along the 2020 election, in defense of the rule of law and protecting the voters of Arizona, resulted in you and your family being subjected to protests and terrible threats. Can you tell us how this impacted you and your family?
Well, as others in the videos have mentioned, we received, my secretaries would say, in excess of 20,000 emails and tens of thousands of texts, which saturated our offices and we were unable to work, or at least communicate. But at home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood and leaving literature both on my property, but arguing and threatening with neighbors and with myself. And I don't know if I should name groups, but there was one gentleman that had the 3 bars on his chest, and he had a pistol and was threatening my neighbor, not with the pistol, but just vocally. When I saw the gun, I knew I had to get close. And at the same time, on some of these, we had a daughter who was gravely ill, who was upset by what was happening outside. And my wife, that was a valiant person, very, very strong, quiet, very strong woman. So it was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. We service the state of Arizona and to the country. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I think it'd be appropriate to take a short recess. We're going to have reserve about some time.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. We'll have 5-minute recess.
Wow. And look, I've seen in the chats, and I agree with you. I agree with everybody who's written so far, saying that this is the type of Republican that actually may give our country some hope. That somebody who, despite his political views, despite his policy views, which many of us would strongly disagree with, he put first and foremost his adherence to the rule of law, to the Constitution. Rusty Bowers, the Arizona Secretary, Arizona Speaker of the House, his testimony was gripping. He talked repeatedly about his belief in God and that the Constitution was divinely inspired, and that if he was going to do what Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis and Donald Trump had wanted him to do, he would be not only violating his oath, but he would be violating his faith. It was just remarkable. A couple of things stand out. First of all, at the beginning of the hearing, Adam Schiff noted that Mr. Bowers, Speaker Bowers, had received a communication just today from Donald Trump or Donald Trump's associates just before the hearing, alleging that Mr. Bowers had had a conversation with Donald Trump after the election, saying that no, you won, and that there was massive fraud. And Bowers was asked about this by Congressman Schiff and said, I did have the conversation, but I didn't have any of that they're alleging. I did not say that he won the election in Arizona. I did not say that there was fraud, that is not true. So here you have, on the day of the hearing, former President Trump trying to undermine a crucial witness in front of this hearing by suggesting, oh no, he was with me before, but now he's just somehow pandering because he's a rhino, a Republican in name only. There was some remarkable testimony where he described meetings and phone calls with Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, who was alleging that there had been widespread fraud. And Mr. Bowers, Speaker Bowers said, look, show me the evidence. You say that there are people who were dead who voted. You say that there were illegal immigrants who voted. Give me the names. And Rudy Giuliani said, we'll give you the names. And then Bowers said, they never gave the names. They provided no evidence. This was a pattern that happened over and over again. He also talked about this effort to try to reverse the election by having alternate slates of electors. And this is significant here, because what you have is testimony now and evidence that in several states, including Arizona, there were Trump supporters who came up with their own alternate sets of electors without people like the Speaker of the Arizona House, Mr. Bowers, knowing about it. And then the Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump campaign pointing to these alternate slates of electors to say to members of Congress, hey, there are the electors for Joe Biden from these states, officially certified from the states, and then there are these alternate electors, and therefore, because of the confusion, you, Mike Pence, should not certify the election as Joe Biden's victory, as Joe Biden winning the Electoral College. I think I mentioned it during the break. It's as if, like you or I'm a baseball fan. I love to play softball. Imagine if I said to the New York Yankees, you know what? I have a Yankees uniform. Look at me. I deserve to be in center field today. And somehow you're thinking that the general manager, the coach of the Yankees,
Civilian
of
ship
course.
D.
Look what she's in center field today. It's absolute nonsense. And by the way, just because these Trump alternate electors were able to, go to Kinko's and create their own sort of certifications, they thought that somehow that would entitle them to say to Vice President Pence and to say to the Congress, oh, we have two different sets. Who do you believe we should kick this back to the states? It is simply remarkable. It is simply remarkable. It's also breathtaking. There was also some testimony there that we heard of some of the lower level Trump campaign folks and Trump supporters who felt that they were being used, who said that they did not know that the top 3 lawyers for the Trump campaign did not believe in this and thought that this was nonsense, and how angry they are. And then, we heard the, again, gripping testimony from Mr. Bowers, and we're going to hear this in spades from the next 2 witnesses, Mr. Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, and also Gabe Sterling, his deputy, because they were far more public in their sort of what was going on in Georgia about denying what Donald Trump was going to do. But here we have the Secretary, the Speaker of Arizona, saying that his office essentially got shut down because there were 20,000 emails and tens of thousands of texts and voicemails from people calling them all sorts of names, claiming that he had the constitutional authority to convene the Arizona legislature in a special session, that he could do it, and he could propose an alternate set of electors, when that was not the case. It was not the law. He knew it. The other Republican legislators in Arizona certainly knew it. The only people who were pushing this nonsense were people who were part of the Trump campaign. And then the crazies out there, the mob, that was inspired by the Trump campaign. And I thought it was particularly moving when there at the end, Mr. Bowers, who, look, he is right at a central casting in terms of a House Speaker with the deep voice and the gravitas that he has, and his fidelity to the Constitution, and clearly a very religious man. And when he described people descending on his home in Arizona while he has a severely sick daughter at home, and he's talking about the impact that all of this was having on his wife, who he described as quiet but strong, you could almost start to see Speaker Bowers start to well up with tears. And then you could start to see Adam Schiff also seem to get emotional and choked up. In my view, this was, perhaps one of the most powerful 40. Look, there have been a lot of powerful things that have happened in these, now 3 hearings that we've had. The primetime hearings that kicked off about January 6th, the pressure campaign on Mike Pence. To me, this was perhaps the most powerful. And here's the reason why. There's so many people who will say, oh, this is a Democratic committee, that you've got rhinos like Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, who are part of this committee. The committee is not valid. Here you have a guy who openly said he wanted Donald Trump to win. He helped the Trump campaign. He voted for Donald Trump. He is as conservative as they get. He is the Speaker of the House in the conservative-led legislature in Arizona. And he's testifying they never provided us with the evidence. They made these claims. We asked for the names. They never provided anything. Nothing. They simply wanted us to approve an alternate set of electors. And this is I think the money quote, if I can pull it up here, from Rudy Giuliani, that Giuliani said something to the effect of, Well, we don't have the evidence, but we have some legal theories. No evidence, but because Giuliani has some legal theories that, by the way, campaign lawyers and officials are saying was absolute bunk, was nonsense, had never been done before in the United States, is clearly not legal. But because they had legal theories, Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, and others wanted people like Russell Bowers to forget about their entire career of adherence to the Constitution, adherence to the rule of law, and grant what the Trump campaign was asking for. And when Mr. Bowers, we're going to hear this again from Raffensperger and also his Gabe Sterling, his deputy in Georgia, and that's coming up in just a minute here. But when Mr. Bowers said, no, I am not going to violate my oath. I am not going to break the law. I will not do this. You have not provided any evidence. When that was his response, the Trump horde descended on him. Phone calls, with threats, with emails, with people outside his house yelling and screaming. And there you heard at the end testimony of somebody who had a gun. Somebody who had a gun in their holster on the belt and was arguing with Mr. Bowers' neighbor, prompting Mr. Bowers to have to go, perhaps not knowing if this guy was going to take out the gun and shoot him. That's what the Trump campaign did. That's what Donald Trump has done. That's what Donald Trump fostered. And I thought this was incredibly powerful testimony, incredibly effective today in the committee showing this wasn't just about January 6th. This wasn't just about the claims that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani and others were making, the big lie. This wasn't just their claims that there was fraud and that there was widespread malfeasance and that the vote couldn't be trusted. This was a concerted effort to essentially do an alley-oop. There's Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani throwing the ball towards the hoop, and they simply expected Republican legislators and Republican leaders like Mr. Bowers would slam it through. Even though it was crap, even though it was against the law. That's what they were doing. And it is just, it's breathtaking.
Can I help?
It's sad. I thought the emotions were real. And again, I just think for people who are watching this, for people who watch the evening news or the cable news, clips tonight, when they talk about and they show some of the highlights and they tell some of these stories, God save us if this doesn't move some of that 30% that is convinced that Donald Trump won the election. God save us if this doesn't move that. Because when you have conservatives as powerful as the House Speaker of Arizona who wanted Donald Trump to win, who said Joe Biden won the election, there was no evidence of fraud that would have overturned the results, and that the Trump campaign repeatedly put pressure on me to do something that was illegal. Not just wrong, but illegal. How can that not move some people in this country? I think the people who will not be moved are the people who are so crazy, who are so psychotic, like Donald Trump himself, that they simply are tuning it out and think all of this is somehow fake news. But in any case, remarkably powerful start to the hearing this morning. Next up, we're going to hear from Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger, and then we're going to hear from Gabe Sterling, who made that impassioned speech on the steps of the Georgia House, I believe it was, the Georgia's legislature, saying, this must stop, this must end, this is going to create violence. The famous, press conference that he had in early December. They played a clip of that at the beginning of the hearing. I expect we're going to get more into that. But wow, what an incredible start to the hearing today, and so powerful. And again, the takeaway from so many of you, and look, we all have our differences politically. We all have our disagreements, and some of them are so strong. And we're literally, in my view, some of these policy issues are about life and death. When you're talking about women's rights, when you're talking about voting rights, when you're talking about the corruption of money in politics, some of us believe these issues are as serious as they get. And when somebody like the Republicans and perhaps the Republican House Speaker in Arizona have a different view and fight tooth and nail for their view about this, it's tough. It's frustrating. It's hard. But it's relieving to know that at least on the issue of the rule of law, on the Constitution, that there are some Republicans out there who will actually uphold the Constitution, uphold the rule of law, and when push comes to shove in terms of somebody trying to launch a coup and trying to deny the results of a presidential election or any election, they will do the right thing and stand up for the results and for the facts. And if we had more Republicans, I think like that, you know what, this would be certainly a different country. But I fear that perhaps Republicans are not headed towards the direction that Mr. Russell Bowers has given them, but instead are heading towards the world of Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene and some of the other lunatics who occupy the U.S. Congress. And even Congressman Andy Biggs, there was testimony from him earlier today where he was pressuring Speaker Bowers. But in any case, the hearing's resuming. Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State, is there in red tie. And then that's Mr. Gabriel Sterling, his top deputy, in the gray tie next to him. Let's bring up the audio and see if the committee has brought in any audio here. Okay, not yet. So we'll see. We'll wait for the Chairman Betty Thompson and Liz Cheney to step back in and to guide this. This next, and again, tell me what you think in the comment section. If you think that, Schuster, you're off your rocker, none of these Republicans can be trusted, say so. Tell me what you think. I'm open-minded and happy to hear some disagreements and people with a different point of view. What's going to happen in this next section, I think, is going to be powerful in a different sort of way. I'm not sure we're going to have the same sort of gravitas or control of the room, command of the room, the presence that the Arizona Speaker of the House had with Brad Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State. But what we are going to see, which may be where the news is that there is a live criminal investigation right now in Georgia into Donald Trump's alleged attempts to influence Georgia officials and corrupt the election. And we haven't gotten a lot of information about, other than the famous phone call from early December when Donald Trump said, can't you just find the 11,000 votes, saying this to Secretary of State Raffensperger. Other than that, we don't have a lot of information in terms of what else is there in Georgia, what else could be part of a criminal indictment, a criminal charge against Donald Trump from prosecutors in Georgia. Well, I think we're going to get some of those gaps filled in, because Raffensperger is going to go beyond just that phone call. He's going to talk about a series of phone calls, a series of meetings. I think Gabe Sterling is going to talk about a series of sort of conversations as well. And we'll get a better picture, I think, from the next half an hour, 45 minutes, as to why there's so many legal experts, so many lawyers who've been following the Georgia criminal investigation who now think that could be the one that ultimately leads to an indictment of Donald Trump. Never mind what the Department of Justice should do. And there are a lot of us who think that, God, Attorney General Merrick Garland has to convene a criminal grand jury and present this evidence to them. But putting aside what a federal criminal grand jury may do, there's a Georgia investigation that is live, that is hot. And we're going to get some information now from Raffensperger and Sterling about where that investigation is, and at least the extent to which they've cooperated with that panel. And we can expect, of course, that what they say to the January 6th Special Select Committee is something that they've also told Georgia investigators as well. So the 5-minute now, perhaps 10-minute break is over. Chairman Betty Thompson will gavel everybody in, and then we'll hear from the two Georgia officials, I believe, under questioning from Liz Cheney, but let's wait and see. And they're going to clear the photographers out of there.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
The committee will be in order. President Trump's pressure campaign against state officials existed in all the key battleground states that he lost. But the former president had a particular obsession with Georgia. Here is the president on the afternoon of January 6th, after his own attorney general warned him that the claims you are about to hear are patently false.
Should find those votes. They should absolutely find them. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of the win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it.
So the state of Georgia is where we will turn our attention to next. I want to emphasize that our investigation into these issues is still ongoing. As I stated in our last hearing, if you have relevant information or documentary evidence to share with the Select Committee, we welcome your cooperation. But we will share some of our findings with you.
Hello.
Secretary Raffensperger, thank you for being here today. You've been a public servant
Spacesuit
in
EMP.
2015, served first as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, and then, since January 2019, as Georgia's Secretary of State. As a self-described conservative Republican, is it fair to say that you wanted President Trump to win the 2020 election? Yes, it is. The Secretary, many witnesses have told the Select Committee that Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, was a largely uneventful day in their home states. In spite of the challenges of conducting an election during a pandemic, you wrote in the Washington Post that the election was, quote, successful. Tell us, what was your impression of how Election Day had proceeded in Georgia?
On Election Day in November, our election went remarkably smooth. In fact, we meet at the GEMA headquarters. That's the Georgia Energy Emergency Management Association meeting location, but we were following wait times in line. In the afternoon, our average wait time was 3 minutes statewide that we were recording for various precincts. And it actually got down to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, we felt that we had a successful election from the standpoint of the administration and the operation of the election.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Raffensperger, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, and by what margin?
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
And Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, your office took several steps to ensure the accuracy of the vote count in Georgia, reviewing the vote count in at least 3 different ways.
Spacesuit EMP.
These steps included a machine recount, a forensic audit, and a full hand recount of every one of the 5 million ballots cast. Did these efforts, including a recount of literally every ballot cast in the state of Georgia, confirm the result?
Yes, they did. We counted the ballots with the first tabulation would be scanned. And when we did our 100% hand audit of the entire, all 5 million ballots in the state of Georgia, all cast in place, all absentee ballots, they were all hand recounted, and they came remarkably close to the first count. And then upon the election being certified, President Trump, because he was within 0.5%, could ask for a recount, and then we recounted them again through the scanner, so we got remarkably the same count. 3 counts, all remarkably close, which showed that President Trump did come up short.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud. False allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address. Mr. Sterling, thank you also for being here today. Following the 2020 election, in addition to your normal duties, I understand that you became a spokesperson to try to combat disinformation about the election and the danger it was creating for elections officials, among others. In a December 1 press conference, you addressed some of your remarks directly to President Trump. Let's take a look at what you said that day.
Spacesuit EMP.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost this case. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. You have the rights to go to the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is
Rapier.
inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Sterling, what prompted you to make these remarks?
Mr. Schiff, we had a previously scheduled press conference that day, as we were in the habit of doing, trying to be as transparent as we could about the election and the counts going on. A little after lunch that day, lunchtime, I received a call from the project manager from Dominion Voting Systems, who was oddly, audibly shaken. She's not the kind of person I would assume would be that way. She has a master's from MIT, a graduate of Naval Academy, who was very much on the ball and pretty unpopular. And she informed me about a young contractor they had who had been receiving threats from a video that had been posted by some QAnon supporters. And at that point, we had been sort of steeping in this kind of stuff, so it was around us all the time, so I didn't take note of it more than adding to the pile of other stuff we were having to deal with. And I did pull up Twitter, and I scrolled through it, and I saw the young man's name. It was a particular tweet that, for lack of a better word, was the straw that broke the camel's back. Had the young man's name. It was a very unique name. I believe it was a first-generation American. And it had his name. You committed treason. May God have mercy on your soul, with a slowly twisting gif of a noose. And for lack of a better word, I lost it. I just got irate. My boss was with me at the time, the Deputy Secretary, Jordan Fuchs. She could tell that I was angry. I tend to turn red from here up. That happened at that time. And she called Secretary Raffensperger to say, we're seeing these kind of threats, and Gabe thinks we need to say something about it. And the Secretary said yes, and that's what prompted me to do what I did. I lost my temper, but it seemed necessary at the time because it was just getting worse. And I could not tell you why that particular one was the one that put me over the edge, but it did.
After you made this plea to the president, did Donald Trump urge his supporters to avoid the use of violence?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, as we know, the president was aware of your speech because he tweeted about it later that day. Let's take a look at what the president said. In the tweet, Donald Trump claims that there was, quote, massive voter fraud in Georgia. Mr. Sterling, that was just plain false, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, the very next day, on December 2nd, President Trump released a lengthy video again making false claims of election fraud in Georgia. Let's take a look at what he said this time.
They found thousands and thousands of votes.
Entering Grand Exchange 3.
All against me.
In fact, the day after Donald Trump released that video, so now we're talking just 2 days after the emotional warning that you gave that someone's going to get killed, representatives of President Trump appeared in Georgia, including Rudy Giuliani, and launched a new conspiracy theory that would take on a life of its own and threaten the lives of several innocent election workers. This story falsely alleges that sometime during election night, election workers at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, picked out poll observers. After the observers left, the story goes, these workers pulled so-called suitcases of ballots from under a table and ran those ballots through counting machines multiple times. Completely without evidence, President Trump and his allies claimed that these suitcases contained as many as 18,000 ballots, all for Joe Biden. None of this was true. But Rudy Giuliani appeared before the Georgia State Senate and played a surveillance video from State Farm Arena, falsely claiming that it showed this conspiracy taking place. Here's a sample of what Mr. Giuliani had to say during that hearing.
And when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table. No. Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that.
President Trump's campaign amplified Giuliani's false testimony in a tweet, pushing out the video footage. Giuliani likewise pushed out his testimony on social media. As you can see in this tweet, Mr. Giuliani wrote that it was, quote, now beyond doubt, unquote, that Fulton County Democrats had stolen the election. Later in this hearing, we'll hear directly from one of the election workers in this video about the effect these lies had on her and on her family. Mr. Sterling, did the investigators in your office review the entire surveillance tape from the State Farm Arena on election night?
They actually reviewed approximately 48 hours going over the time period where action was taking place at the counting center at State Farm Arena.
And what did the tape actually say?
Depending on which time you want to start, because as was mentioned, this conspiracy theory took on a life of its own, where they conflated a water main break that wasn't a water main break and other things. What it actually showed was Fulton County election workers engaging in normal ballot processing. One of the things that was very frustrating was the so-called suitcases of ballots from under the table. If you watch the entirety of the video, you saw that these were election workers who were under the impression they were going to get to go home around 10:30. People are putting on their coats. They're putting ballots that are prepared to be scanned into carriers that are then sealed with tamper-proof seals so that they're not messed with.
Can I help?
It's an interesting thing because you watch there's 4 screens of the video. As you're watching it, you can see the election monitors in the corner with the press as they're taking these ballot carriers and putting them under the table. You see it there. One of the other hidden ones, if you look at the actual tape, was on the outside of the table, just from the camera angle. You couldn't see it originally. And this goes under the no good deed goes unpunished. We were told that we were at GEMA, as the secretary pointed out, and we were told that it looked like they were shutting down the Fulton County counting. The secretary expressed some displeasure at that because we wanted to everybody keep counting so we could get to the results and know what was happening. So our elections director called their elections director, who was at another location because this was election day. There was 2 different places where ballot things were being done by the Fulton County office. So he called the elections director from Fulton, then called Ralph Jones, who was at the State Farm Arena, and said, "What the heck are you doing? Go ahead and stay." And if you watch the video itself, you see him take the phone call as people are putting things away, getting ready to leave. You can tell for about 15, 20 seconds, he does not want to tell these people they have to stay. He walks over, he thinks about it for a second. You see him come back to the corner of a desk and kind of slumps his shoulders and says, "Okay, y'all, we got to keep on counting." And then you see him take their coats off, get the ballots out. And then a secondary thing that you'll see on there is you'll have people who are counting ballots who a batch will go through, they will take them off and run that through again. What happens there is a standard operating procedure. If there's a misscan, if there's a misalignment, if it doesn't read right, these are high-speed, high-capacity scanners. So 3 or 4 will go through after a misscan. You have to delete that batch and put it back.
Can I help?
And by going through the hand tally, as the secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves.
Can I help?
Hand tally, we saw 2 specific numbers that were met. The hand tally goes to a 0.1053% off of the total votes cast and 0.0099%
awaiting orders
on the margin, which is essentially dead on accurate. Most academic studies say on a hand tally you'll have between 1 and 2%.
Can I help?
Because we use ballot marking devices where it's very clear
Sir.
what the voter intended, it made it a lot easier, of course, to conduct that hand count and show that none of that was true.
Now, I understand that when you reviewed these tapes and did the analysis, it disproved this conspiracy theory. But you still had to take a lot of steps to try to make sure the public knew the truth about these allegations. And you did frequent briefings for the press. Let's take a look at one of those press briefings, Mr. Sterling, that you held on December 7th to make the point that you just did today.
Move on to what I'm going to call Disinformation Monday. Out of the gate, many of y'all saw the videotape from State Farm Arena. I spent hours with our post-certified investigators, Justin Gray from WSB, spent hours with us going over this video to explain to people that what you saw, the secret suitcases with magic ballots, were actually ballots that had been packed into those absentee ballot carriers by the workers in plain view of the monitors and the press. And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter it into evidence, because that is the kind of thing that will lead to sanctions, because it's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this.
Mr. Sterling, despite the efforts by your office to combat this misinformation by speaking out publicly and through local media, you were unable to match the reach of President Trump's platform and social media megaphone, spreading these false conspiracy theories.
Rapier.
What was it like to compete with a president who had the biggest bully pulpit in the world to push out these false claims?
For lack of a better word, it was frustrating. But oftentimes I felt our information was getting out. There was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true, despite the facts. And I have characterized at one point it was kind of like a shovel trying to empty the ocean. And yes, it was frustrating. I even have family members who I had to argue with about some of these things. And I would show them things, and the problem you have is you're getting into people's hearts. I remember
Refined Goods Complex
that we know that we showed walking through. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't true. 5 or 6 things. But at the end, he goes, I just know in my heart that you did. That's just, and so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much. And our job, from our point of view, is to get the facts out, do our job, tell the truth, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and defend the institutions. And the institutions held.
Let's take a look at what you were competing with. This is the former president speaking in Georgia on December 5th.
The fraud is overwhelming, and again, I'm going to ask you to look up at that very, very powerful and very expensive screen.
Hidden cases of possible ballots are rolled out from under a table. 4 people under a cloud of suspicion.
So, if you just take the crime of what those Democrat workers were doing, and by the way, there was no water main break. You know, they said there was no water main break. That's 10 times more than I need to win this state. 10 times more. It's 10 times, maybe more than that, but it's 10 times more because we lost by a very close number.
This committee's hearing last Monday, we heard from senior federal law enforcement officials.
Rapier.
From the senior-most federal law enforcement official in Atlanta at the time, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District, B.J. Pack, as well as former Attorney General Bill Barr. They both testified that the allegations were thoroughly investigated and found to have no merit. Here is U.S. Attorney Pack.
Particular to Attorney General Barr, I told him that we
Hello
looked
there.
into it. We've done several things, including interviewing the witnesses. I listened to the tapes and reviewed the videotape myself. And
Refined
that,
Goods
there's nothing
Complex.
there. Giuliani was wrong in representing that this was a suitcase full of ballots.
And here's what Attorney General Bill Barr had to say about the same allegations.
Took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit.
We also have testimony from senior Department of Justice officials establishing that they specifically told President Trump these allegations had been thoroughly investigated and were completely without merit. Here's Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue describing a phone conversation in which he specifically told President Trump that these allegations were false.
He kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots, and that the suitcase was rolled out from
Docking granted.
And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they...
Hello.
Where they carry the ballots. No matter how many times senior
Space
Department of
Suit
Justice
EMP.
including his own Attorney General, told the president these allegations were not
Rapier.
true. President Trump kept promoting these lies and putting pressure on state officials to accept them. January 2nd, the president had a lengthy telephone conversation with Secretary Raffensperger. Prior to the president's call, though, I want to share a bit of important context. First, the White House, including the former president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, repeatedly called or texted the secretary's office some 18 times in order to set up this call. They were quite persistent. Second, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the extraordinary step of showing up at a signature audit site in Georgia, where he met with Secretary Raffensperger's chief investigator, Francis Watson, who was supervising that audit process. Behind me is a photograph from that visit. Third, the day after Meadows' Georgia visit, he set up a call between President Trump and Francis Watson. On the call between President Trump and Georgia investigator Francis Watson, the former president continued to push the false claim that he'd won the state of Georgia. Let's listen to that part of the conversation.
You know, it's just, you have the most important job in the country right now, because if we win Georgia, first of all, if we win, you're going to have 2 wins. So they're not going to win right now. You know, they're down. Because the people of Georgia are so angry at what happened to me. They know I won. I won by hundreds of thousands of votes. It wasn't close.
In this next clip, he told the state law enforcement official that she'd be praised
Tour bus B.
she found the right answer.
Hopefully, you know, I will. When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why. You know, they made it so hard. They will be praised. People will say, "Great," because that's what it's about. That ability to check and to make it right. Because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way.
Mr. Raffensperger, I know you weren't on this call, but that you have listened to it. President Trump didn't win by hundreds of thousands of votes in Georgia, did he?
No, he did not. I've been traveling through the state of Georgia for a year now, and simply put, in a nutshell, what happened in fall of 2020 is that 28,000 Georgians skipped the presidential race, and yet they voted down ballot in other races. And the Republican congressman ended up getting 33,000 more votes than President Trump. And that's why President Trump came up short.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President on this call doesn't stop here. Let's listen to another part of the conversation between President Trump and Ms. Watson.
Anyway, but whatever you can do, Francis, it would be, it's a great thing. It's an important thing for the country. So important. You have no idea so important. Well, and I very much appreciate it.
Whatever you can do, Francis. This is the President of the United States calling an investigator looking into the election in which he is a candidate and asking her to do whatever you can do. Mr. Secretary, you placed this call to your chief investigator on September 23rd, 2020. The Select Committee has received text messages indicating that Mark Meadows wanted to send some of the investigators in her office, in the words of one White House aide, a shitload of POTUS stuff, including coins, actual autographed MAGA hats, etc.
Can I help?
White House staff
Goodbye.
intervened to make sure that didn't
Goodbye.
happen. It was clear at the time of this call that the former president had his sights set on January 6th. Listen to this portion when he told Francis Watson about a very important date.
Do you think they'll be working after Christmas and keep it going fast? Because, you know, we have that date of the 6th, which is a very important date.
That important date, of course, was the joint session of Congress, where Georgia's electoral votes would be counted for Joe Biden. A little over a week after this call to Francis Watson, the President was finally able to speak with you, Secretary Raffensperger. Bear in mind, as we discuss this call today, that by this point in time, early January, the election in Georgia had already been certified. But perhaps more important, the President of the United States had already been told repeatedly by his own top Justice Department officials that the claims he was about to make to you about massive fraud in Georgia were completely false. Mr. Secretary, the call between you and the President lasted 67 minutes, over an hour. You obviously can't listen to the entire recording here today, although it is available on the Select Committee's website. But we'll listen to selected excerpts of it now.
Refined Goods Complex.
Let's begin with the President raising the thoroughly debunked allegations of suitcases of ballots.
In an official voter box, they were in what looked to be suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it for certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it. But they had slow motion and it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots, all for Biden.
These are the allegations that the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and your office heads all said were false. Is that right?
Correct. And even more importantly, when B.J. Pack resigned as U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, President Trump appointed as acting U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, Bobby Christine. And Bobby Christine looked at that, and he was quoting the AJC. He found that. He dismissed that case early also.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President references suitcases or trunks. Mr. Sterling, were the objects seen in these videos suitcases or trunks, or were they just the ordinary containers that are used by election workers?
They're standard ballot or seals to be put on those.
And finally, the President claims that there was a minimum of 18,000 ballots somehow smuggled in, all for Biden. I take it, gentlemen, that was also categorically false?
There's no physical way he can know who those ballots were for, but secondarily, Fulton County for years has been an issue in our state when it comes to elections. So they had a very difficult time during the primary, in large part because of COVID. So we had put them under a consent decree. The secretary got negotiated, where we had a monitor on site, and his name is Carter Jones, and he took a notation. He had gone from State Farm to the English Street warehouse to look at election day activities, but before he left State Farm Arena, he noted how many ballots had been counted on each one of the machines. And when he came back after we found out they were working again, he took note again when they closed. And And I believe the final number was something around 8,900 total ballots were scanned from the time he left to the time about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So way below 18,000.
Let's play the next clip.
I heard it was close. I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brad.
Mr. Secretary, did somebody drop a lot of votes there late at night?
No. I believe that the president was referring to some of the counties when they would upload. The ballots had all been accepted. It had to be accepted by state law by 7 p.m. So there were no additional ballots accepted after 7 p.m.
Let's play the next clip in which the president makes claims about so-called dead voters.
The other thing, dead people. So dead people voted. And I think the number is in the close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries, they went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number. And a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters.
Mr. Secretary, did your office investigate whether those allegations were accurate? Did 5,000 dead people in Georgia vote?
No, it's not accurate. Actually, in their lawsuits, they alleged 10,315 dead people. We found 2 dead people when I wrote my letter to Congress that stated January 6th. And subsequent to that, we found 2 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, not 4,000. Just a total of 4, not 10,000, not 5,000.
Let's play the next clip.
And there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Mr. Secretary, is there any way that you could lawfully change the result in the state of Georgia and somehow explained it away as a recalculation?
No, the numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations and we investigated every single one of them. In fact, I challenged my team, did we miss anything? They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there was 0. You register to vote in Georgia, you're 17 and a half, you have to be 18 by election day. We checked that out, every single voter. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There was 0. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked. We ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So there's no way you could have recalculated it except by fudging the numbers?
The numbers were the numbers, and we could not recalculate because we had made sure that we had checked every single allegation. We had many investigations. We had nearly 300 from the 2020 election.
Mr. Secretary, you tried to push back when the president made these unsupported claims, whether they were about suitcases of ballots or that Biden votes were counted 3 times. Let's play the next clip.
Entering Grand Exchange 4.
We did an audit of that and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that does.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
You told the president you would send him a link from WSB, which I understand is a local television station that had a unedited video from the State Farm Arena. But the president wasn't interested in that. He said he had a much better link. Mr. Secretary, at the time that you were on the call with the president, as we have shown, both the FBI and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have proven these claims to be nonsense. And you told him about these investigations on the phone. Let's listen to what President Trump had to say about the state and federal law enforcement officers who investigated these false claims.
There's no way they could find, then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent, okay? There's only 2 answers, dishonesty or incompetence. There's no way, look, there's no way.
The president didn't stop at insinuating that law enforcement officers were either dishonest or incompetent. He went on to suggest that you could be subject to criminal liability for your role in the matter. Before I play that portion of the conversation, I'd like to show you something that the president retweeted a couple weeks before your call with him. Here's the president retweeting a post from one of his allies. a lawyer who was later sanctioned by a judge in Michigan for making false claims of election fraud. Let's take a look at that tweet. The tweet read, quote, "President Trump, @RealDonaldTrump, is a genuinely good man. He does not really like to fire people. I bet he dislikes putting people in jail, especially quote unquote Republicans. He gave @BrianKemp Georgia and @Georgia Secretary of State every chance to get it right. They refused. They will soon be going to jail." So on your call, this was not the first time the president was suggesting you might be criminally liable. With that, let's listen to this portion of the call.
Entering system.
I think
18
you're going to find
billion.
that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you can't.
Entering system.
That's
Silent
a big
witness.
risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
Secretary Raffensperger, after making a false claim about shredding of ballots, the president suggested that you may be committing a crime by not going along with his claims of election fraud. And after suggesting that you might have criminal exposure, President Trump makes his most explicit ask of the call. Let's play a part of that conversation.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Secretary, was the president here asking you for exactly what he wanted? One more vote than his opponent.
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to fight.
Entering system.
We
Profit
investigated
Center
and I shared the
Alpha.
numbers with you. There were no votes to fight. That was an accurate count that had been certified. And as our general counsel said, there was no shortage of evidence.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
And I watched you this morning and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
Secretary Raffensperger, you wrote about this in your book, and you said, quote, "I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat. Please tell us what you, your wife, even your daughter-in-law experienced regarding threats from Trump's more radical followers."
Well, after the election, my email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting texts all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting a text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. You have to understand that Trish and I met in high school. We've been married over 30 years now, and so they started going after her, I think, just to probably put pressure on me. Why don't you just quit, walk away? And so that happened. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home. And my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids. And so we're very concerned about her safety also.
Mr. Secretary, why didn't you just quit and walk away?
Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution. And I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots. You're doing your job. And that's all we did. Just followed the law and we followed the Constitution. And at the end of the day, President Trump came up short. But I had to be faithful to the Constitution. That's what I swore an oath to do.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes that would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. Simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
4 days after the president's call to Secretary Raffensperger was January 6th. The president whipped up the crowd in front of the ellipse, once again promoting the allegation that Secretary Raffensperger, the president's own attorney general, told him was false. Here he is on the ellipse.
Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table, you all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Sterling, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Georgia and to the country.
Immediate backup.
Speaker Bowers, likewise, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and the country. You have served not only the states, our nation, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. I thank the witnesses for joining us today. You are now dismissed.
It is not clear if the committee is going to take a break. They have one more panel to go. Shay Bowers, she was an election worker in Georgia. I'm sorry, Shay Moss. She's a Georgia election worker who was the subject of death threats, harassment, just some brutal behavior when her name surfaced in all this. And I think this is to try to end today's hearing with sort of another emotional sort of getting at you, in which you hear the emotional toll. We heard a little bit from Secretary of State Raffensperger, the threats that he got, certainly from Gabe Sterling, his assistant. Mr. Raffensperger talked about his own daughter having her home broken into. I'm sorry, her daughter-in-law, because his son had passed, and she had children, and she's, a single mom, and people are breaking into her home because they're mad at Secretary of State Raffensperger. And then the other thing that we picked up here, and there's a lot of discussion in Georgia now about, can Donald Trump be criminally charged? And in order to charge somebody with a crime, you have to prove intent. And what this hearing has done has proven intent, to me, far beyond what any prosecutor would need to charge Donald Trump with a conspiracy to commit fraud, because Donald Trump was told literally week after week after week, starting with the election, what you're saying is not true. In the days after the election, when Rudy Giuliani was floating the suitcase full of ballots, and Fox News was talking about, look at this suitcase. Well, the full video, which showed that this was part of the normal procedures in Georgia, that was given to the Trump lawyers. They had that same information. They knew the conspiracy was false.
Ms. Moss worked in the Department of Registration.
What we're going to do is they're going to keep going. So I'm going to actually turn this over, as they introduce to Ms. Moss here, I'm going to turn this over to John Nemesis, who's going to pick up our coverage from here. But again, the summary I'd say from the last 45 minutes is that Donald Trump and his campaign were told over and over and over again, literally every week, the allegations you're making are false. It's not true. You lost. The Secretary of State said it. The deputy said it. A U.S. attorney told them repeatedly. And even Raffensperger said it 4 days before January 6th. And yet Donald Trump continued to go out there and make these wild accusations and get his supporters, his mob, riled up. He knew what he was saying was false. He did it anyway. And now we're going to hear the impact on this Georgia election worker, Ms. Moss. And John Nemesis is going to pick the coverage from here. John?
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Every American. Ms. Moss, welcome. Thank you for your service, and I thank you for being here today. I will now swear you in. Please stand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give.
Entering system. Farkas Ravine.
Help me God.
You not do much
my quick comment, it is actually kind of amazing how many people were willing to be honest with Trump about how there was no validity to what he was saying. And that's going to be one of the big changes in 2024. Those people will have all been called out.
Thank you very much for being here today. I understand that you are here along with your mother today. Would you like to introduce your mama? Hi, Mom. Ms. Moss, today we'll be asking you about some of the threats that you received following the 2020 election. Since you've been an election worker for over 10 years, I want to ask you, in your decade of service,
There we go.
had you ever
Now
experienced threats
the microphone's
like
working.
these before? Don't be nervous. I understand. So, and I want to make sure that the record reflects that you've done it for quite a while. You never received the threats, and your answer was
3,
no.
4.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of the House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for the question.
8.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moss. Thank you for being here. I understand that you were employed by the Fulton County Registration Elections Department for more than 10 years. And I understand
Yeah,
that
so
you
we
worked
have to
that
keep
job.
our eye on the mail, because they mailed my shit. So as soon as I get it, I gotta scan it in and send it over to her. And I already responded to her, so she knows exactly what I need to do.
been told by my grandmother how important it is to vote and how people before
It probably isn't gonna arrive until today or tomorrow.
that right. So
Pilios Fortune 2.
About my job were the older voters. Younger people could usually do everything from their phone or go online, but the older voters like to call, they like to talk to you, they like to get my card, they like to know that every election I'm here. And like even college students, a lot of parents trust in me to make sure their child does not have to drive home. They'll get an absentee ballot, they can vote, and I really found pleasure in that. I like being the one that, if someone can't navigate my voter page.
Yeah, it probably hasn't arrived yet.
Did you want to join AARP, babe?
You know, I think so. I think I'm old enough.
Put it in the mail for them.
I feel old enough.
I'm excited always about sending out all the absentee ballots for the elderly, disabled people. I even remember driving to a hospital to
No,
give
it
someone
looks like it's
her
lagging out though.
absentee application. That's what I love the most.
Get another.
So you really enjoyed helping people
Raider.
vote and participate, and that was something, right to vote, your grandmother taught you was precious. Well, I know the events that we're here to talk about today are incredibly difficult to relive. Your proud service as an election worker took a dramatic turn on the day that Rudy Giuliani publicized a video of you and your mother counting ballots on election night. President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others claimed on the basis of this video that you and your mother were somehow involved in a plot to kick out observers, bring suitcases of false ballots for Biden into the arena, and then run them through the machines multiple times. None of that was true, was it?
None of it.
I'd like to show you some of the statements that Rudy Giuliani made in a second hearing before the Georgia state legislators, a week after that video clip from State Farm Arena was first circulated by Mr. Giuliani.
Oh man, this is going to be forever.
I want to advise viewers that these statements are completely false.
Hello there.
And also deeply disturbing.
Docking aborted.
Tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Mullins and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. mean, it's outstanding. It's obvious. Anyone who's a criminal investigator or prosecutor, they are engaged in surreptitious illegal activity again that day. And after a week ago, they're still walking around Georgia lying. They should have been questioned already. Their places of work, their homes should have been searched. Evidence of ballots.
I don't know why anyone ever listens to him, ever.
Evidence of voter fraud.
That video was from Rudy Giuliani's appearance at a Georgia State Senate hearing on December 10. How did you first become aware that Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, was accusing you and your mother of...
I was at work, like always, and former chief, Mr. Jones, asked me to come to his office. And when I went to his office, former director, Mr. Barron, was in there, and they showed me a video on their computer. It was just like a very short clip of us working at State Farm, and it had someone on the video like talking over the video, just saying that we were doing things that we
My sister wants to hang out with me and have some coffee or something either tomorrow or
throughout the video.
The day after.
Yeah,
And
sounds fun.
She's like, bring Tristan, you know, you can play with the kids.
And were there social media posts?
Yeah, you can go over there by your lonesome.
Huh?
Go over there by your lonesome. You don't need me.
I don't know. I think she just wants to talk to me.
When I saw the video,
Okay.
of course,
it wouldn't be at her house. She said something about going to get coffee. Or maybe it would be at her house.
Maybe she's gonna fix the coffee herself.
Huh?
So maybe she's gonna fix the coffee herself.
She makes the best coffee. She makes it really dark.
Really dark.
Satisfied with the
It's
outcome
dark
of the
and
election,
moody. No.
and they were getting a lot of threats and being harassed online, and asked me, you know, have I been receiving anything, and I need to check.
My women like I love.
And
Hard.
I told them, I was like, you know, where have you been getting these threats?
Fucking silly.
I don't believe I
Entering
have.
Farkas Ravine, 16.
Mr. Jones told me they're attacking his Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook. I have one, so I went to the Facebook app. And
Oh yes.
panicky at this point.
I don't know. What do we have for lunch? Really? Just some pizza. We got 4 slices.
I'm like her only child. So
Did he eat all the pizza?
I'm like, where are the messages? All I see is the keys. Like, how do you get to the messages? And he said it's another icon on your phone that says Messenger. And I went to that icon, and it was just a lot of horrible things.
And those horrible things, did they include threats?
Yes, a lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that, you know, I'll be in jail with my mother, and saying things like, be glad it's 2020 and not 1920.
Dude.
Were a lot of these threats and vile comments racist in nature?
A lot of them were racist.
Entering system, art of acrimony.
One of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger man.
It wasn't just Rudy Giuliani. We heard President Trump make these false allegations repeatedly during his call with Secretary Raffensperger. Let's listen to a portion of what he had to say about you and your mother.
We had at least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly. 18,000 voters having to do with Ruby Freeman. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler.
Hustler.
Donald Trump attacked you and your mother using her name 18 times on that call. 18 times. Ms. Moss, can you describe what you experienced listening to former President Trump attack you and your mother?
Awaiting orders.
Georgia Secretary of State.
I felt like it was all my fault. Like, I would have never decided to be an elections worker. Like, I could have done anything else, but that's what I decided to do. And now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom, her only child, going to my grandmother's house, her only grandchild.
Hello there.
And my kid. It's just, I felt so bad. I felt bad for my
Split
mom, and
Wharf.
I felt horrible for picking this job and being the one that always wants to help and always there, never missing not one election. I just felt like it was my fault.
Her mom's in jail?
I think they were demonizing her.
Oh, that's right. Didn't they just like arrest her for
Your
no
mother
reason?
was kind enough to come speak with us earlier.
I think so.
Let's
Yeah.
listen to her story in her words.
Rapier.
My name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed that when God says that he'll make your name great, but this is not the way it was supposed to be. I could have never imagined the events that followed the presidential election 2020. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. My community in Georgia, where I was born and lived my whole life, knew me as Lady Ruby.
Hello.
I built my own business around that name, the Ruby's Unique Treasure.
Spacesuit EMP.
A pop-up shop catering to ladies with unique fashion. I wore a shirt that proudly
Rapier.
Can I help?
proclaimed that I
Goodbye.
was, and I am, Lady Ruby. Actually, I had that shirt on. I had that shirt in every color. I wore that shirt on Election Day 2020. I haven't worn it since, and I'll never wear it again. Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous.
I want to know. I want one of them t-shirts. I'll wear it.
I get nervous when I
Fuck those
bump into
motherfuckers.
someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about
Poor lady.
Mm-hmm.
I get
Worried
nervous
some guy
when I
will
have
just
to
run
get
up
my
on her
name.
and like shoot her.
I'm always concerned with who's around me. I've lost my name.
Small is here.
I've lost my reputation.
It's fucked up.
I've lost my sense of security. All because a group of people starting with number 45 and his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter Shay to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen.
Ms. Moss, how was this experience of being targeted by the former president?
Why should we be able to get away with this?
Well, hopefully they don't. That's why they're having these hearings, so that they can show that people were just straight up trying to rob this country and defraud it
I no longer give out my
and ruin it. People are just fucking out to ruin it.
Don't want anyone knowing my name. I don't want to go anywhere with my mom because she might yell my name out over the grocery aisle. I don't go to the grocery store at all. I haven't been anywhere at all. I gained about 60 pounds. I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. Affect my life in a major way. Everywhere. All because of lies.
All because of lies.
Me doing my job. Same thing I've been doing.
Ooh, she said it too.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you were responding
Yeah.
to it. I got the delay. I was like, you're psychic.
Your mother also told the select committee about how she had to leave her own home for her safety and go into hiding after the FBI told her that it would not be safe for her there before January 6th. until the inauguration.
Greetings, friend. I am proud to announce that we are making great progress in our terraforming endeavors. You will find that our planet Sun in the Gaian prophecy system now harbors a much more hospitable ecosystem. Again, great thanks to you for the part you played in this. Farewell, friend.
And I left my home for safety around that time.
Understood. How long did you stay out? Did you remain outside of your home for your own safety?
I stayed away from my home for approximately 2 months. It was horrible. I felt homeless. I felt, I can't believe this person has caused this much damage to me and my family. To have to leave my home that I've lived there for 21 years. And, I'm having to have my neighbors watch out for me. And I have to go and stay with somebody. It was hard. It was horrible.
And your conversation with the FBI about needing to leave your home for your own safety, or perhaps recommending it. Do you remember, was there a specific threat that prompted that, or was it the accumulation of threats that you received?
What prompted it was getting ready to January 6th was about to come, and they did not want me to be at home because of all the threats and everything that I had gotten. They didn't want me to be there in fear of, the people were coming to my home, and I had a lot of that, so they didn't want me to be there just in case something happened. I asked, how long am I going to have to be at home? They said at least until the inauguration.
Ross, I understand that people once showed up at your grandmother's house. Tell us about that experience.
Received a call from my grandmother. Woman is my everything. I've never even heard her or seen her cry ever in my life. And she called me screaming at the top of her lungs, like, Shay, oh my God, Shay, just freaking me out, saying that there were people at her home, and they, they knocked on the door, and of course she opened it, seeing who was there, who it was, and
awaiting
they
orders.
Started pushing their way through, claiming that they were coming in to make a citizen's arrest. They needed to find me and my mom. They knew we were there.
Oh wow.
And
yeah, how fucking scary is that, dude?
She was just screaming and didn't know what to do. And I wasn't there, so she felt so helpless and so horrible for her. And she was just screaming. I told her to close the door. Don't open the door for anyone. And she's a 70-something, I won't say, year-old woman, and she doesn't like having restrictions. She wants to answer the door. She likes to get her steps in, walking around the neighborhood, and I had to tell her, like, you can't do that. You have to be safe. She would tell me that at night, people would just continuously send pizzas over and over to her home, and they was expecting her to pay for these large amounts of pizzas.
Dude, man.
She went through a lot that she didn't have to. Once again, it made me just so horrible.
In addition to the personal impact this experience has had on you and your family, one of the things that I find most disturbing is how these lies discourage longtime election workers from continuing to do this important work. Tell us, if you would, of the other election workers shown in that State Farm Arena video and their supervisors. How many are still election workers in Fulton County?
There is no permanent election worker or supervisor in that video that's still there.
Did you end up leaving your position as well?
So I got, what, 30?
Ross, I want to thank you for coming in to speak with us and to thank you for your service to our democracy. What we have just played is a truly horrible and appalling sample, but just a sample of the things that were said about you and your mother following the election.
I mean, that's one reason why I would definitely volunteer to be a poll worker, because I would not put up with that shit,
Other
man.
election workers around the country have also been the subject of lies and threats.
Come fucking try to intimidate me.
Subject to such heinous treatment.
Not some old woman.
With your permission, I would like to give
These guys
your
are
mother
pussies.
the last word. I'm just gonna play the tape.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one. But he targeted me, Lady Ruth, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Oh, it's out.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman, or as America now knows her, Lady Ruby, for your service to Fulton County, Georgia, our country, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Ms. Moss, I want to thank you for sharing with us the very troubling story of what you and your mother experienced. The harassment of election workers like you simply for doing your duty as public servants poses a threat to our democratic process. Your testimony is an important contribution to the work of our committee and serves as a reminder to all of us that the safety of local election officials is vital to ensuring that our elections are always free and fair. I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness.
So now I just need to
Without objection,
make an appointment with the counselor's office. See, I just need to make an appointment with the counselor's office.
When an American raises their right hand and takes the presidential oath of office, they are transformed.
So he wants me to take Jackson over there, like whenever's clever.
This is an awesome power to acquire.
Okay.
It is even more awesome when it is handed on peacefully. When George Washington relinquished the office of the presidency, it set a precedent that served as a beacon for other nations struggling against tyranny. When Ronald Reagan described it as a kind of miracle in the eyes of the world, he was exactly right.
30 minutes for my lunch.
Other countries use violence to seize and hold power, but not in the United States, not in America.
God, I want to keep
Trump used the power
these
of the
things are still
presidency to try
going.
to
Maybe
stay in office after losing the election to Joe Biden. He broke that sacred and centuries-old covenant. Whether his actions were criminal will ultimately be for others to decide. But what he did was, without a doubt, unconstitutional. It was unpatriotic, and it was fundamentally un-American. And when he used the power of his presidency to put the enormous pressure on state, local, and local elections officials and his own vice president, it became downright dangerous. On January 6th, that pressure became deadly. Ruby Freeman said the president is supposed to protect every American, not target them. And she is right. If the most powerful person in the world can bring the full weight of the presidency down on an ordinary citizen who is merely doing her job with a lie as big and heavy as a mountain, who among us is safe? None of us is. None of us. In city councils and town councils, on school boards and election boards, from the Congress to the courts, dedicated public servants are leaving their posts because of death threats to them and to their families. This is not who we are. It must not become who we are. Our democracy held because courageous people like those you heard from today put their oath to the Constitution above their loyalty to one man or to one party. The system held, but barely, and the question remains, will it hold again? If we are able to communicate anything during these hearings, I hope it is this. We have been blessed beyond measure to live in the world's greatest democracy. That is a legacy to be proud of and to cherish, but it is not one to be taken for granted. That we have lived in a democracy for more than 200 years does not mean we shall do so tomorrow. We must reject violence. We must embrace our Constitution with the reverence it deserves, take our oath of office and duties as citizens seriously, informed by the knowledge of right and wrong, and armed with no more than the power of our ideas and the truth, carry on this venerable experiment in self-governance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Lady Ruby and Shay, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for being here today. It means so much for everyone to hear your story, so thank you for that. We have had tremendous testimony today. We've been reminded that we're a nation of laws, and we've been reminded by you and by Speaker Bowers and Secretary of State Raffensperger, Mr. Sterling, that our institutions don't defend themselves. Individuals do that. And we reminded that it takes public servants. It takes people who've made a commitment to our system to defend our system. We also have been reminded what it means to take an oath under God to the Constitution, what it means to defend the Constitution. And we were reminded by Speaker Bowers that our Constitution is indeed a divinely inspired document. And so it's been an honor to spend time with you and with our previous witnesses here today. To date, more than 30 witnesses called before this committee have not done what you've done,
Deep
that
state.
have invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. Roger Stone took the Fifth, General Michael Flynn took the Fifth, John Eastman took the Fifth. Others, like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, simply refused to comply with lawful subpoenas, and they have been indicted. Mark Meadows has hidden behind President Trump's claims of executive privilege and immunity from subpoenas. We're engaged now in litigation with Mr. Meadows. The American people in our hearings have heard from Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, and many others who stood up and did what is right. And they will hear more of that testimony soon. But the American people have not yet heard from Mr. Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. Our committee is certain that Donald Trump does not want Mr. Cipollone to testify here. Indeed, our evidence shows that Mr. Cipollone and his office tried to do what was right. They tried to stop a number of President Trump's plans for January 6th. Today, and in our coming hearings, you will hear testimony from other Trump White House staff explaining what Mr. Cipollone said and did, including on January 6th. But we think the American people deserve to hear from Mr. Cipollone personally. He should appear before this committee, and we are working to secure his testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
People answer the call to public service in such different ways. Some run for office. Some volunteer to make sure their neighbors can get to their voting locations. Some work at polling sites to help election day go smoothly. Some look into problems to guarantee our elections are secure and accurate, just to name a few. As I mentioned at the start of this hearing, when we talk about our democratic institutions, we're talking about these individuals and many others who do these jobs across the country. They represent the backbone of our democracy at its most important moments, when the citizens cast their votes and when those votes are counted. We've heard the stories of their courage. They've earned the thanks of a grateful nation. But for Donald Trump, these witnesses and others like them were another roadblock to his attempt to cling to power. On Thursday, we'll hear about another part of that scheme, his attempt to corrupt the country's top law enforcement body, the Justice Department, to support his attempt to overturn the election. Just as we heard today that Donald Trump was deeply involved in the scheme to pressure state officials to overturn the election results, we will hear on Thursday that Donald Trump was also the driving force behind the effort to corrupt the Justice Department. Listen to this clip from the former acting Attorney General, Richard Donahue.
The president said, suppose I do this, suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do? And I said, sir, I would...
Some jobs you should do yourself.
There is no way I'm serving 1 minute under this guy, Jeff Clark.
You'll hear from Mr. Donahue in person on Thursday as my colleague, Mr. Kinzinger, presents details about this plan. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Okay. So I don't know exactly how long they're adjourning for or what we're coming back to. So if the production team can see if there's some sort of indication of when they're coming back, that would be great. But hey, good. I'm not being silenced now. So no, obviously the testimony that we saw was incredibly emotional, I think powerful, although in a certain way and not in another way, which I'm going to get into. And I want to talk about it. So look, I personally think highlighting the experience of the people who've been affected by this is very important. And all too often in these conspiracy theories that the right comes up with, they need characters because things can't just be abstract. Those aren't as exciting. Like, so when they have the conspiracy theory of, food processing plants being burned down, that's something, but you really want a person that you can pin it on. And so they found that with these election workers, Lady Ruby, who I think now everybody in the country loves Lady Ruby. Can we agree? She's like one of the greatest superheroes now in America. They needed those characters and they got them. And they weren't only those two, but those are two of the highest profile. And think about how amazing it is that they can go from some rando. I don't know which rando started the Ruby Freeman thing or which rando decided that Shay Moss should be a character, but they did. And now, because of the state of the Republican Party, the state of their media infrastructure, almost immediately it got to Trump and to his circle. Like the sort of stuff that should have dwelled for literally years in weird little creepy forums and all that, and at most maybe a weirdo at Breitbart would have known about it. Instead, it almost instantly gets to the president. And so in trying to pressure, Raffensperger and others, he is aware of literally all of these conspiracy theories. And it isn't just, as we've pointed out, that all of the responsible people around him shockingly were telling him that there was nothing to this. That is actually pretty amazing, and it will not be that case in 2024. It's that he comes into it with all of those conspiracy theories already well memorized. Like basically, it feels much like listening to Trump at any given time in these calls feels like the worst conversation you've ever had over Thanksgiving dinner. That's what it feels like, because that's basically what it is, because that's where he got the information from. The same place that your creepy uncle who spends too much time watching InfoWars gets his information. I'm going to continue on this in just a sec, but so Asher, when do you want us to go until? Do you have a set time? I just want to make sure that I don't go over or go under. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, we're going to see what we can do then. Okay, so he comes with all that material. It doesn't have to be based on anything, but the thing is that it has an actual cost, because it isn't just that there are people all over the country that will share that video, or that there's people all over the country who believe that someone was passing USB ports around as if they were heroin or whatever, which is this weird, needless invocation of drug dealing terminology. We all understand exactly why someone like a Rudy Giuliani would have lapsed into that. It's that these are identifiable people who will then be targeted. And I don't know that Donald Trump or Rudy Giuliani or any of them has as a goal the individual targeting. I don't think that that's necessary for them. I think they get out of lifting up, Shay and Lady Ruby and all that. They have what seems like a story. It's a cover story, really, is all that it is. There's nothing to it. But the thing is that the crazies will target those people. And just briefly, we're going to get back to that in just a sec. When you have something like Libs of TikTok, all that is producing these characters. It is every day elevating a couple of random regular people who are just trying to live their lives and saying, this is now the thing that we will hate. This is now the thing that will attack. And look, if it ruins their lives, if it destroys their relationship, if it shuts down their business or whatever, I don't know. I'm not even going to know about that. I lifted them up and now I'm moving on. Libs of TikTok is not spending weeks or months tracking the individuals that they elevate for evisceration. That's not how that works. They're moving on to another thing. And so that's why on some level, I'm happy that in the hearings today, they decided to rebut that. And so you get to see the experience. What happens to a person when some of the most powerful and influential people in politics decide that they're the villain? Never mind, of course, that there was never any good evidence for it. Never mind that whether Lady Ruby and Shay single-handedly stole the Georgia elections, even if they had, let's say that you rebutted that, Trump still would have lost the election. There are so many redundant levels of what... I'm going to try not to swear. I won't swear. It wouldn't have changed the outcome. They ignore all of that because they need a cover story. And by the way, in Trump's call, there were a couple of different bits of audio that they played of him, but one of the most powerful, I thought, was the one where Trump did the most to try to veil what he was doing. To his limited credit, he was savvy enough that in his call with Raffensperger, he never actually do people want to see, man, people really want to see these dogs. I'm trying to talk about the fate of our democracy, but okay, we'll talk about the fate of our democracy and we'll have a dog. It's not enough to talk about America's attempt to ward off fascism. We got to have pups and doggos. Okay, so we're going to have a doggo. Okay, I'm going to try to have him not fall. Okay, buddy, you're my co-host. What was I saying? Oh, so Trump actually did a fairly okay job in doing a comically transparent cover job. He kept saying that what he wanted was the truth. So that is the most proximate, immediate attempt to cover that what he's asking for is for them to invent 11,000 votes. No, it doesn't matter how. I'm not interested in how. I don't understand the mechanisms. Just do it. But that isn't enough. To have the phone call, for it to go on for more than an hour, to generate enough different stories that you can have all these different court cases across multiple states, that you can, a year later, generate a Dinesh D'Souza documentary, you need more than just saying what we want is the truth. You need mess. You need complexity. That's why you need Lady Ruby, and that's why you need Shay Moss. You need to have enough that one of the weirdos for whom this is their hobby is following this insanity. You need to give them something to grasp onto. And it needs to be personal, obviously. It needs to seem illicit. And so if you have these individuals, it's almost elevating like a regular poll worker as opposed to like a Secretary of State. And by the way, they did that too. They did all levels of this.
It's almost like doing challenge mode.
Cell factory.
Like, clearly a regular election worker has basically no power to change the outcome of an election, even if they wanted to. And of course, you're not going to prove that they wanted to. But they couldn't anyway. It's almost like it's more impressive. The theories don't need to be plausible. They need to be crazy in an intriguing way. Like, why talk about Jewish space lasers? There are much easier ways to pin forest fires on something else. These people need spice. They need something that makes it more interesting than their regular lives. Not just their regular lives objectively, but their regular lives in the state that they have been left when neither the Democrats nor the Republicans seem to care about any of the problems they're facing and won't do anything to fix them. So their regular humdrum lives are boring. They need something more exciting. And when you consider that the vast majority of these people are white conservatives who are, at one level or another, incredibly racist, then you need to deliver not just poll workers, but if you could be black, that would be great. And if they could be women, you know how shady women are. Even better. Okay, my doggo is done with this. Okay. Thank you for tuning in to the Doggo News Hour. It's the Doggo Report. Anyway, that's what you need. Okay, but to the focusing
Antimatter cell
so,
factory.
when you bring in CEOs to testify, or politicians, or whatever, or when the actual politicians who are conducting these sorts of hearings ask their questions, it is so artificial, it is so produced and prepared, and there's basically no chance of anything organic or remotely interesting actually happening. But not this time. You know, when Lady Ruby was doing her thing, that was somewhat prepared, but she is speaking with actual emotion, with actual heart. And when Shay was speaking, look, you could feel it in it. Someone mentioned in the chat, and shout out to Twitch, thanks for watching. Someone mentioned in the chat when she was like, my mom is 70, well, I won't say how many years. Like, that is just a real thing. And you can see that she's like getting choked up over the fact that her life has been so irreparably harmed. The fact that she mentioned that she can't go out, and so she's gaining weight, like those little details just fill in the time between the 2020 election and now. And it makes you wonder, if you have any humanity, any empathy, when will the suffering end for her? When will she feel comfortable? When will Lady Ruby feel like she can call herself Lady Ruby? Will it be in 2 years? Will it be in 5 years? I don't know. Like, part of me would say, well, how could they possibly stay invested in this conspiracy theory not only so many years after it happened, but after it had any chance of like, Trump is not going to be president right now. Like, he might win in 2024, but it's not going to happen. And even most of the crazies seem to have moved on from that. They're not talking about it that much anymore. So, like, at some point, don't you have to move on? But I don't know. They're still hounding the Sandy Hook families. It's been years, and they're still on that. And so I like humanizing and making it real. And but here's the thing. So I started off by saying I like it and I don't. I like it because this sort of thing appeals to me. A case could be made that this sort of thing is made for a person like me. And since most of you watching this are not just progressives, but the particular brand of progressivism and leftism that doesn't just care about politics as just a abstract battle over ideas, but that cares about communities, cares about the quality of people's lives, and believes that our ideology and our policy platform are mechanisms in which you can improve the quality of people's lives. You don't want someone like Shay or Lady Ruby to suffer, then it's probably made for you too. But here's the thing. Is it made for the other people? So, to the extent that any conservatives will see this, to the extent that any conservatives are watching this, what do you think? And I'm actually watching your comments, so feel free to comment. A conservative watching Lady Ruby and a conservative watching Shay talk about their experiences, do they care? What is their reaction? I mean, look, if they believed, based on an offhand comment made by Rudy Giuliani, that they're awful and that they're trying to steal the election, being told by literally everyone that looked into it that there was no evidence whatsoever, that in fact all it was a mother handing her daughter a ginger mint, I don't know that that's likely to get through to these people. I mean, so little has been able to. I don't know that that would be the thing. Now, to be fair, I don't know. I cannot come up with a thing. On the damage report earlier, we were speculating about what would Trump have to say on one of these tapes for it to matter to people who are, you know, ambiguous about this entire thing. That either believe that it was actually stolen from Trump, or there are some people who maybe suspect that Trump was trying to steal the election, but they don't necessarily understand the stakes here. They don't get the threat. They don't see why this is something that we should necessarily care about. In that case, I don't know. Maybe for some of that last group, seeing the human cost of this could matter. I wish that we lived in a world where a significant percentage of conservatives might think, well, look, I was really convinced by this, but I don't want people's lives to be ruined. But I don't know how many people are left that view politics through that lens. It's not like there wasn't always ideology. There always was. But I don't think it was seen as much through the lens of, this is a competition. Anything that makes my side look bad means my side is less likely to win, so I do not care about it. But that is where we're at. And so to zoom out from the Shay and the Lady Ruby stuff, like, it is going to be, we have to understand this, going into these hearings and coming out of it, in terms of generating our expectations for what might happen, we need to understand that it is going to be a monumental task to get the right to care about a thing that it is to their perceived political benefit that they trust Trump, or that Trump wins coming out of it. Like, you might think, and I hope that you do, that you actually have, if we were to map out your political value system, that there would be a desire that what you believe and what you say and how you act is attached to the truth, and that it is related to reality. I think for myself that there is. I hope for you that there is. It's not the case for everyone. And once you go outside of our ideological bubble, I mean, they don't give a fuck at all. I just swore. Are you allowed to just on Twitch? We're not broadcasting linear. Am I gonna get in trouble, Asher? I apologize. One slipped out. So I did swear there. Apologies. No, you're good. Yes! Oh my god. Oh, I'm freed up. But anyway, on their side, what they want is to be in charge. Why they want it is for a variety of different reasons. The elites want their continued economic dominance. The politicians like their position of, you know, fame and eminence and all of that. Thank you to the TYT account. I don't know, is that Brett? For the regular people, look, to some extent, they have been convinced that they're victims, that the other side is always coming for them. The other side is always changing, by the way. Some days it's a caravan of people from, hey Brett, from, you know, like Guatemala or something. Most recently, it's drag queens. And so they need to defend themselves from that. And look, I think on a deeper level, they don't have any hope of anything better. And if all you can get is a temporary feeling of superiority based along whatever grounds, racial grounds, gender grounds, you know, identity and orientation grounds, whatever, then that's what you will take if that's all that you can get. And so the issue is to convince them that Donald Trump did try to steal the election. And he did that because he lost the election. He knew that he lost the election. He didn't care. He still wanted to be in charge. To get them to accept that is going to get them to have to deny a lot about themselves that is very core to themselves. And honestly, I think that their attachment to that cult is deeper than a lot of people who might be, on some level or another, on our side when it comes to, like, hey, wouldn't it be better if we had a democracy that functioned? Do you think that the attachment to actual, substantive, fair, free democracy is as strong for people on our side as their attachment to the Trump cult is on their side? That would be great. That would be awesome. I don't know that I necessarily believe it, though.
Hello there.
Because it's abstract, by the way. Look, I'm not saying that these things should be otherwise. I get why there's an imbalance there. They think they have been convinced that Trump has their back.
Rapier.
Against all odds, against literally every piece of evidence. And they believe that. It is encapsulated in a person and a movement. For us, I don't know that democracy is. I don't know. Some people, really support Stacey Abrams because, she's been wrapped up with the fight for democracy in Georgia. That helps a little bit. It's harder when it's more abstract, though. A lot of our stuff admittedly is. It is on the left. They get to be very personality focused because focusing on personalities is not the best road to progress, but it is exciting and it is a great way to fill some time. The truth of the crises facing America and what actually needs to be done to fix those problems, that is by its very nature more abstract. You can ground it in individuals, but we are talking about structures, we're talking about historic trends, and we're talking about social movements and things like that, and that is going to be a little bit harder for people, I think, sometimes. And so, anyway, I've gone a little bit far afield from the testimony. I loved what Shay Moss had to say. I feel terrible for the experience that she's had. Lady Ruby is my hero, and I want a Disney Plus series about her. I think that we can all agree on that. When it comes to the commentary from Trump, it is good insofar as we need to prove that he knew that what he was doing was wrong, because he knew that he had actually lost the election, and he knew that what he was trying to do to reverse that was illegal. That, for whatever reason, is a hurdle that we need to pass. And so I am glad that they had that tape, because I think that is a powerful case in pursuing those goals. Again, I'm not sure that that's necessarily to get it through to anyone. So that was powerful. Some of what they've alluded to for Thursday does sound good. If they are holding like their strongest evidence in their back pocket and making us wait literally weeks, then you are playing with fire. That is a dangerous game, because people want to see it. They want, and to go off as this will be my final point. I apologize, Asher. I promise I will not go until the main show. If you do your like whole big thing about democracy,
Spacesuit
then
EMP.
put some pressure on the DOJ. If it's this big, if it's this important, then act like it. Anyway, I will close with that because we've got Deep Dive with Jordan Ewell coming up. So everyone stick around. He's gonna. Sorry, really chill guy. You can go for 2 more hours. No, I'm gonna hand things over to Jordan. Everyone, stick and stay, as they say, for Jorby, and thank you for joining me.
Oh, this game's awesome. I would recommend it, especially if you have the DLC. Oh no! Oh, that one's gone.
Spacesuit EMP.
Hey, thanks for following, Digital Druid. Yeah, I'm just getting blueprints right now. I'm building up my industry.
Request permission to dock.
Yeah, I'll share whatever information I have. I don't know what your skill level is or what you know about this, but I've been playing for a while. So you can build stations in this game, and you build them piece by piece. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm getting the individual blueprints for those modules. So I'm getting the advanced composite production module right now. You go out and you put these little EMP bombs on the pieces. And then when you explode the bomb, these little things pop up. And then you scan them, and they do different things. So usually if you get all 4, it adds a permanent trade subscription, so you can constantly see what's going on with this station. Play all the space games. I've not played Elite Dangerous. I've been fully aware of Star Citizen for years, but I don't have the money to sink into that. I have No Man's Sky. I've played that for a while. So this one is a big sandbox. As you can see, all these sectors are areas of space, like where I'm at right now, right? And so you start off knowing just a few, and you have to explore all the different stargates, these little jump gates and accelerators that go between them. And there's different starts. I chose the entrepreneur start, so you start off with this station here, and you kind of go from there. You build different ships, of course. There's these ones that are triangles, and the lines underneath them are combat ships. So the ones that are just triangles are like your fighters, your interceptors, stuff like that. Then you go one step up to medium ships with the one line, and you get gunships, corvettes, frigates, and you move up from there to like destroyers, and they got 2 lines underneath. Those are the large ones. And then there's carriers, and I think there's battleships, but I've not been there yet to the battleships. Basically, I have a bunch of mining ships, a bunch of trading ships, a couple of scouts. I'm riding around in one of my scouts right now. I think it's a pretty cool looking scout. It's a lot different than the other ones. So the cockpit is down on the bottom here, and the gun's right in the middle. It strikes me as like something I've seen in sci-fi before. Maybe it was I want to say maybe it was that movie with Matt LeBlanc and the Jupiter 2, what's it, Lost in Space? Because didn't he fly around in one that had like the cockpit in the middle and the ship like rotated around the cockpit like that? Yeah, that's some sexy stuff right there. Yeah, let's see what else I got. Combat ships, I got a frigate. I got a heavy fighter here. This geometric owl is actually a storyline ship. It's like a fighter, really fast, nimble fighter, probably. Yeah, it's a fighter. But it's a special ship that you can only get from the storyline. The Minotaur, that's a gunboat. It's got a bunch of turrets on it. The Nemesis. The Nemesis is supposed to be one of the best corvettes, like one of the best player ships. pretty good. They got like 5 guns in the front and 2 turrets on the back. My Cerberus leader and the Cerberus that are going to be assigned to him, that's my pirate boarding party. So they're both frigates, right? They're all frigates, but they can carry a lot of troops. Right? You can carry up to 14, but I try to mix it a little bit. Let's do 10 Marines per. So I could, at any moment, I could jump on this ship and take command of it. Why can I not move? What's going on? Okay. So anytime I could take command of any of the ships that I have, any of them, I would need to either teleport over to them or fly to a station and change them out. But you could fly any of them, but I prefer to be chauffeured around because I'm, you know, a snob. So I should rename all of my captains to James so I could just tell them to take me everywhere.
What's sexy?
The ship is sexy. You want to see it? I'll show it to you. It is a sexy, sexy ship.
Very sleek. It's
like a flying blade. You're hearing my wife, by the way. She's on the microphone. What was I doing? I was in the middle of doing something. Did I scan that stuff and I teleported back? So are we done here? We're done here. He says, "Hi, Mrs. Axe." What did you
assume their gender?
I guess I did. This digital druid could be female or male. I don't know. I guess I'm assuming that most sci-fi nerds are going to be male. Like, I don't know if that's bad of me to assume that kind of thing. He says, "I'm a guy," yes. So what you can do with these Cerberus frigates is they are pretty decent when they gang up on larger ships. So you can go around and basically pirate all the larger ships with these guys. I don't think 3 is going to be a large enough gang. I might go with 5 or 6. And they're about 3 million a piece, so it's going to be a minute before I can get up there. But your real money making is going to be stations. All right, so I'm building a couple of stations in this sector. Apelia's Fortune 6 here. You can tell that it's unowned because it's white border around the systems. So I can build in here for $0. Because normally you have to pay rent on the space. So let's say if I wanted to manage a new plot, right? We'll just make it 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10. If I come over here, it says price 0. But let's say I come over to here, it says 8 million, 27, 30, 40, 40. You know, as you get closer to the highway, it goes up astronomically. Right? And that's because this sector is owned by somebody. Now, I have a high reputation with this person or this faction, so it's obscenely high. 62, 70. Wow. That's a lot. But, you know, that's how you make money, is you build stations, and each station will build something dependent on what kind of modules you put on there. So right now I just have a trading station, which it doesn't have any production modules. It just has storage. Those are really good ways to make money, is to make a trading station. The manager on there will just simply buy and sell things, and generally they will sell them at a profit. So I have these 2 stations here. They currently don't have managers. So what I'll do is I'll go over to my list of employees. We'll sort it by manager, which will sort them by the appropriate skill. And generally I will find a service crew member. Say, work somewhere else for me. Nope, not over there. Right here. Right, and click on these, say, work here as a manager, and assign. And then we're going to do this with this person as well. Work somewhere else. You keep hearing those alarms. Those alarms are for different types of ships. There we go. So we got 2 managers. And now that they have managers, we can actually assign ships to them. We can assign like these boas, since these boas are they carry goods back and forth. What I could do is I could take them and assign them to these stations, say trade for the commander. We'll make that Alpha Squad. And you'll see it's assigned up here. We'll take this other boa and trade for commander. Same thing, Alpha. Oh, so it's in the middle of things. You can see there's an order queue here, so you can queue up a bunch of orders, and it won't do anything until it's done the order in front of it. So it's executing some trades, and then it'll assign over to the new commander. Now, another thing that we can do is these stations are also like refineries. So one's going to refine ore, the other's going to refine silicone. So what I can do is I can grab a mining ship, and assign it mine for commander, and we'll just do Gamma Squad. And where's my other one? Right here. Come over here, mine for commander, Gamma Squad. So now we have a mining ship assigned and a transport ship assigned. So what they'll do is we can actually come in to say our global orders, and these are orders that go out to everything and everyone, and we can make some new trade rules here. So we'll do in-house, and so this would be station supply and station trades, and we're going to restrict everything except our clan Kiarni. Okay, we'll save that. Alright, so now that means that our stations will not trade with anybody outside of the faction, and they will not buy from anybody outside of the faction. So now if we come over here, what we need to do, because some of these were set up on default, so now it's set up to where nothing is going to be bought. So we're going to turn that off, go back to no restriction, no restriction, no restriction. And we're going to do that for this station as well, because it's not a trade station in our hub. So we're going to go no restriction on all. And for the trading station, what we do is we turn the station trades to no restriction, but our station supply can continue to be in-house, or we can turn it off and go no restriction as well, because we don't have any stations really feeding it yet. So, you know, we can also turn station construction trades back to no restriction, because we don't have our network set up yet, so we don't want to restrict those. But for these 2 factories, what we can do is, because they're going to be a part of our network, we'll leave them as is, except for the station construction. We'll go to no restriction, because that means they'll buy the necessary components to construct themselves from outside sources. But we can keep these as in-house. We've already got miners, so our miners will come in, they'll stash the ore, and then the station will trade that refined material up to our trading station, which will sell it at a profit. So that's kind of a quick, dirty explanation of the logistics in this game. It's actually pretty intense. I had a playthrough where I had like 20 to 30 to 40 different stations all in here, all trading with one trading station, which was making a massive profit. And then we had a couple of ship wharfs and shipyards. So we were actually building our own ships and selling them to the factions at a major profit. That's really one of the major ways to make money in this game, is to get up to the point where you're selling your own ships. I've heard that the economy in this game is built for that player interaction. So if you decide you don't want to interact and build your own stations, then eventually the AI that comes through, that so you can see they're pouring through here, just pouring through. These are Xenon. These are like AI. They're terraformers that went rogue, so they're out to kill everybody. And they just pour through different jump gates around the map. So here's one gate that they keep jumping out of. I've got my guys up here. You can see there's one right here. I set up these little laser towers to kind of hold the tide back, but eventually they will get so strong and so powerful that they will kill off the factions. Oh yeah, the red guys are aggro from the get-go. You can't befriend them at all. Yeah, these guys are just... They're throwing themselves up against my laser towers, and all these gray containers, we could scoop it, go collect drops, and my little scout will go through and collect all these things, and then he'll go back and he'll dock. And then I'll tell him eventually to go take all that crap and collect it at my player headquarters. This one right here. And then I can go scoop it up and build, you know, all kinds of stuff. Sell it for a profit. You see, I got my little fleet up here. They're guarding my player HQ. You do all kinds of shit with this player HQ too. Later on in the game, you can terraform. You can start terraforming planets. All right, what was I doing? We were right in the middle of getting more blueprints. Alright, what do we have here? And the map is huge. I've unlocked most of the stations, or most of the sectors, but there's still a couple sectors that I haven't even gone through. In fact, most of the red enemy sectors I haven't even gone into, because usually they're so protected that they can kill scouts a lot of times, and I don't want to lose my scouts. They're expensive. You know, a couple million for each ship adds up over time. So we're going to line up in a good area. Right here is probably good. We'll get up.
Hello there.
This is the process. In fact, I'm going to save it just because it's been a minute. But there is a process here, because if you don't do this exactly how it's supposed to, then you'll create a bunch of aggro for yourself.
Rapier.
Alright, so you want to jump into space. This is once you've unlocked the research to hack the blueprints, of course, otherwise you're going to waste your bombs. But you just put out a little EMP. You know, it'll attach. So I can get back in the ship. You'll want to take command. And this is the important part. If you were to just blow up that bomb without being at the helm of a ship, you'd create a bunch of aggro for yourself. But since you're behind the wheel of the ship,
Rapier,
and then you blow up the bomb, it doesn't count. I don't know if it's an exploit. I just know that that's the proper way to do it. And now you see these 4 little data leaks. You just turn on your scan mode and come up here and scan each one. Alright, see, so we got a commission unlocked. It looks like there was a, a special trading mission, if you will. It creates a demand. Ooh. We've got a discount unlocked for 41 hours. Oh! Oh, no. So we lost it. We got 2 off the mark there, and now we lost the signal.
You should find
Oh.
the teleporter now has a much larger range.
Dang it. Yeah, this game is cool. It does have a little kind of bugs here and there. See, we unlocked the blueprint for the whole part production. I thought we already had holes. Well, I guess we've got it doubly now. It's got a pretty immense production chain, too, you know? Like, you start off with the ore, the energy cells. Was that all? I think that was it, yeah. Alright, teleport range. So we're at range 1. We can teleport from within 1 system to within 3. So if there's a ship of mine that's within 3 systems, I can teleport to it. This will increase it even further.
Good. Please gather the required materials.
You gather them. I have given you plenty of transport ships. You do the job. These damn NPCs are so helpless. Did we want... There's more there. I feel... Yeah, let's do that other production module. Now, I recognize the modules because I spent so much time... Wait, what is that?
High-tech factory.
Okay, it's not a high-tech factory. What is this? I bet you this is refining metal. That's what it looks like. Let's double check.
Rapier.
Rapier.
High-tech factory.
You know what? Let me double check. I don't want to waste time and waste a bomb. Yeah, you can see the rocks going down the belt. That's some sick shit right there. Okay, so I know I have refining metal. Let me... What am I doing here? Yeah, so that's what it kind of looks like, right? Oh no, I don't wanna mess it up now. Oh my goodness, what am I doing?
Request permission to dock. Docking permission.
I'm gonna say that's refining metal and I don't need it. So let's move on. What else do we need? Ore, ice, ship tech, engine parts. We could do engine parts. We will need those. We got solar. Missile components, scanning arrays. We'll want those. weapons. Yeah, we'll be able to get a lot of stuff out of this system. Let's see. Alright, those are almost done. We can do whole parts. Yeah, let's start on another one. Let's do whole parts. Because that's something that we need for everything. In fact, let's put it down here. And...
Awaiting orders.
Oh, you can just keep waiting for those orders. We need better small docks. We only have the 1M6S. We want, like, the one that can carry a bunch more than that. Alright, so we're going to put the E-dock right on the edge. So this is where the Legos comes in, right? So we want to cross right after that. Right? Our cross will allow us to go in many different directions. We're going to overcompensate since we have the small dock. We're going to put 3 of them here. And that's just so we can accommodate at least, you know, some mining and small ships. Let me see. After that, we're going to do another cross. And then we're going to do energy cells. So you'll notice, if you watch me do enough of these, that I pretty much have a pattern that I build in. And this just is trial and error, especially when you're trying to fit things into a 10 by 10 by 10. Not that it's hard. You're going to fit a lot of stuff in there. But it's more efficient. Alright, so we have that. Let's put our production. We want whole parts. See, I've got 2 different whole parts. What's going on here? What's the insignia here? Alright, well, we'll do whole parts right there. Oh, we don't have any storage. We need storage. So, we'll do some large containing shit right there. I think we're good. So we set up the pieces, get the builder. So once you set up all the pieces, you get the builder. You can come over here. You can do the presets. I leave it for right now custom. Once I get more money coming in, I'll go back and I'll set them all to high. That basically just sets up the shields and the weapons on the station themselves. Alright, now that the station is set up, come over here. It's going to cost a buttload, so we'll put what we can right now and get the construction started at least. Our rapier's probably at the new one.
Rapier.
Go ahead and save it.
Rapier.
Okay, let's go ahead and snag this next module.
so that's where my question is. When you say 50% of the royalties, you're not saying 50%.
Gotta be that one on
retail.
top.
It's 50% of the royalties that I get from retail, correct?
Oh. So every now and then, again, you'll get these criminals that you can shoot, and they'll usually get a small bonus to your faction reputation.
How much would they get?
Yeah, let's do it right on top here.
And then how much of what was left do you guys keep? I mean, it just varies on the retail, correct? Do you have like a calculator or anything like that? Work that out?
Rapier.
Put right there.
Thank you.
Gave us $500.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Hello.
I need to extend.
Spacesuit EMP.
Okay, well, I guess I need to extend.
Rapier.
Holy shit, maybe I should get that pier. It's got 4. Maybe while I'm here. Alright, we got engine parts. Oh! Gets a little squirrely. Alright. Wait, let's go grab that pier.
Hello.
Spacesuit EMP. Rapier.
Was that hello?
No. Just feel very nervous.
Oh man, I hear you. Could be the light level in here. Faux show.
Looks like the mail came today and your transcripts did not come.
Okay. Oh no.
Spacesuit EMP.
Duty means poop.
What?
He said duty calls.
Oh. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, Druid. Go ahead and have yourself a good day, man. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for spending time with me. We're just going to keep up the good fight. Nice. Nice. Ooh.
How long are you going to be streaming?
I probably should get off soon.
I'm just asking. I got another appointment at 3, so it's not like I'm done with there or anything. I just wanted to ask.
Awaiting orders.
Rapier. Civilian ship D. Ship Technology Factory. Rapier.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Spacesuit EMP. Rapier.
Yeah, Eva, I did the most for you. Why do I do that?
I don't know. Maybe it's something they say or do.
You know what it is? You're right, dude. It's usually when they're sitting there saying, well, you guys suck. This place is better. I'm like, oh, pardon me.
Then you like go above and beyond to try to prove it to them.
Well, because to get scanned, I want them to see, like, hey, you know, they might word it a certain way, but that's foul in and of itself. Be truthful with what you're doing. Don't dance around it. It may
Right.
be confusing for people. Just be upfront. That's why I like my company, because we do keep it upfront. I think there's enough neurodivergence in our company that we just like, we're not playing around. We like repeat business. We don't want people pissed off. A lot of these companies, like you said, babe, they just file bankruptcy after a while because they've made their money. Got a bunch of pissed off customers, but now they get to file for bankruptcy and keep all of it. Isn't that messed up?
Oh, baby. That feels so good.
I'm rubbing your back just to clarify.
Yes, just to clarify.
In this PG. Did you get enough to eat for lunch?
I think so, yes. Which one?
Star Wars and like that.
Ooh.
You didn't hear the...
I did. Well, I heard the Star Wars
there.
music for
Cantina.
sure.
That's right.
The Cantina music.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's the Cantina music, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's in space.
It's in space.
They call it something else. Or did they revert? They were like, you know what? We really like that Spanish word. We're gonna go with that one. Like we traveled through the depths of space and time to find a really cool name. Cantina just fit.
It's a hive of scum and villainy.
Cantina?
Yeah. Well, the whole Mos Eisley, really, but.
Spacesuit EMP.
These are not the drinks you were looking for.
Rapier.
Oh, I'm gonna need to get you later.
Stop that criminal!
Don't be jealous, Sheriff.
Request permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Oh, that's disgusting.
What? What?
There was a piece of poop over here.
Ew. Oh my god, just a flood. Of the enemy? It's just a flood of the enemy. There's so many of them coming through.
Awaiting orders.
Hello there.
Stop that criminal!
Spacesuit EMP. Rapier.
What?
Some people just got money like that. This guy got double billed for editing and he didn't even notice.
Jeez.
I was like, really? I would notice. I would notice if there was like $40 short in my account, because that's probably all there would be in the account. This guy just lost $360. He's like, didn't even notice. Damn.
I wish.
I wish I had that kind of money.
Right.
Shit.
Hello there.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Spacesuit EMP.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Rapier.
Awaiting orders.
Hello there.
Awaiting orders.
Spacesuit EMP. Rapier.
Hello? Hey, baby. First of all, what phone are you calling from? Oh. Okay. Alright. Okay, just have her text me and that's fine with me, okay? Lady, I love you. Hey! You're being nice, right? You're being cool and everything? Right, you're not being bossy. You're not being bossy. Okay, you're sharing and everything, you're being nice. No, I said you! Are you sharing and being nice? Alright, I love you. I love you very much. And you have fun, okay?
Stop that drone.
She's like, I'm really out of breath. I shouldn't be out of breath. I'm like, 10 push-ups will put me out of breath. Just 10. And I have pretty strong arms. Still work my butt. What's the longest plank you've ever done?
Oh, I don't know. You're not supposed to do it more than like a minute or two.
I never heard that before. The kids at Tristan's school were doing like a contest. The gym teacher had them all like. Tristan won.
Mhm.
He did something ridiculous, like 7 minutes or something like that. Oh, freaking agent. How you have no cavities? How?
Oh, I have other cavities.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like bad teeth. You have perfect teeth.
I don't have perfect teeth. God damn. Thank you, baby.
What's that guy mean by setting up the 52? What system is that?
Oh, I don't know. That is cool. I got another follow today. I'll need to double check, but I think I'm at 11 or 10 left before I get affiliate, maybe.
12. You were at 37, now you're at 38, right?
Hello there.
Yeah, and now you're at 38. Hello there.
Ship Technology Factory. Rapier.
Hello.
Spacesuit EMP.
Can I help? Sir.
Rapier. Ship Technology Factory.
Don't let them get away!
Entering system. Argus Ravine. Entering Argus Ravine 24. Entering system. Family took her.
Catchphrase. You're so fucking silly, baby. I love you.
Rapier.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
It's an honor to see you here. Split wish you fortune.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Can I help? Can I help?
Entering system. Matrix. Number 451.
Oh, yeah. Entering system. Yanamus Zura. Entering system. Right promise.
Hello. Can I help?
Oh, hey, it's non sequitur Dave. Oh, yeah. No, I'm definitely putting out satellites still. They're cheap, you know? Eventually I might do the advanced satellites, but, you know, they're like 10 times as expensive. How's it going, non sequitur Dave? Come to think of it. Yeah, I need to get more auto miners set up for sure. I've been trying to get more efficient trading going on, but it's definitely harder. Yeah, I'm just about making that shift over. I'm getting a couple of stations up for solid income. Then I'm going to start investing in the bigger ships. What was I doing here? Oh, we'll set up some scrap processing. Right?
What is that?
So CAC is some CAC. Those are our one of the enemy factions in the game. I came across installation in, was it Antigone Memorial earlier? I'll have to show you. It was just so many defense hubs, defense stations. I'm not seeing the processing. Oh, there it is. Okay. My last playthrough, I was doing nothing but eDocs, but I thought I would try the 4-doc T from the split and see if that's like better. Probably not. Yeah, they're pretty crazy. The CAC. She's over there snickering. You know, the eDoc does take up a lot less space, but you know, I can go up and down. And I need to get the better dock. The hexadock is where it's at, though. Is that a thing, or is that something that you have to do with like special docks? Terran. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I don't know if I need the solid one. We'll see. Oh my goodness. It's so big. Second, that'll work. That'll work. Should I? I can always, well... Can I put 2? Oh! Because you know you're going to want 2. Is it all container storage? Because it's gonna be Claytronics and whole parts. So you're right. I'm gonna want a load of storage. I haven't gotten the split ones yet. I was out of money. Oh, Mom's calling. Hold on. Alright, sorry about that, I'm back. So I strap energy production on every single station, so I don't think power is going to be a problem. The only one that doesn't is going to be, you know, my trading stations. So I saw that other one for Terran recycling. Like, let's head over there right now. But it's going to cost like 2 something. What? I'm still deploying stuff? Okay. Well, I'll see. This is my first playthrough using the DLC, so I don't know much about fine-tuning stuff. I slap more modules on, so, and everything is logistics with each other so that everything is eventually finding its way to either a shipyard or a trading station. What object am I flying to? Yeah, let's do that first. Last time I slapped a Claytronics station down right here in second contact, and it made money constantly. Every time I checked on it, it was 3, 5, 7 million over budget. See, that's a connector I need to get, is the 6-directional connector. That's actually... I like that setup. I might steal it. Ugh, I can't wait to get back up to my own shipyard. Paying for ships is for schmucks.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
God, another thing that I need is I need to get a better dock for medium and small ships. Right now I just have the basic. I would love to get the luxury one. Do you know if buying faction ships helps them fight the Xenon? Because right now I'm holding them back with laser towers. Speaking of...
Entering system.
Oh, I'll wipe you out.
Choice.
See, that's what I was thinking of doing as well, is getting all of them to the trade station, and then building up my reputation with Hop, with the Holy Order. Because right now they're still pink to me and I can't get the Ares. I want the goddamn Ares. My last playthrough, I bought like one Ares for my player ship, and I wanted to make wings of interceptors once I got my carrier. But I didn't realize that if I didn't help them, that they would be wiped off the map. And when I woke up one day and realized I had been sitting in CETA for a long time, their equipment dock, the wharf, and the shipyard were all gone. And there was no more way to get the blueprint. nor buy the ship. My last playthrough, I did all of it right here in Napoleon's Fortune, like I'm doing now. Like, I was thinking that could be my home hub, and then I could make hubs in each of the faction territories.
Entering system.
I think I'm going to try to avoid CETA as much as possible this playthrough. That way I can have more fun actually fighting and, you know, playing with the different factions. Because I didn't realize that they would get steamrolled like they did. Like when I I finally woke up to it, Hatikva's choice was all Xenon. You had to be careful going on the highway even, because they had defense towers, defense stations set up.
Entering system. Antigone Memorial.
Yeah, in the Reach. See, I haven't even really messed around there. Yeah, I have a couple in Argonne up in the free families right now. Talati I've already got established. The Paranid. I definitely need to look at that. I heard it's better to set up your own refinery and then just sell the refined metal than to make straight up auto miners. What's your opinion? Oh, there it is. Look at it. Look at it. The CAC installation.
Entering system. Sigaris.
See, I could do this real quick. Set up a satellite. And resource probe. Get it started. I probably don't need to explore this one anymore. Let's start checking out the Reach. Yeah, that's definitely what I want to try to avoid in this playthrough, is letting the factions crumble. So I was hoping to get certain industries up and running like as soon as possible. I even wanted to set up like hull parts and Claytronics right on the border of Hop here, and make it to where their traders could actually buy off of my stuff. Yeah, I saw the weapon parts was really, really lagging in my last playthrough. Like, I had a station with, I don't know, 8 production modules on it, and I was still having trouble keeping up with production on my shipyards and my my other stuff. We're almost there. I don't think we're gonna have enough money to just straight up... Oh, are we already headed back? Oh, okay. So you are telling me that this scrap processor is not going to be able to work on its own. I need the Terran, the one that does the cubes, because I thought they were two different things. Yeah, things for larger wrecks. Oh yeah, that's right. You can like save the designs, can't you? The Tuta and the Manticore. The Scrap Tractor. Where do you buy the Tuta at? Because I'm going to need to get one of each of these at least. Ooh, yeah, where do you buy that thing at? Avarice. I don't think I have the faction with them yet. I don't even think I've found their shit yet. Well, I know where to explore now, don't I? So I should stop construction on the scrap processing right now because it's not going to be useful for me, is what you're saying. Wasted investment. You said Avarice 1. Okay. Okay, we don't need any more exploration in here. We'll pick it up later. You know, in the description of Napoleon's Fortune 6, it says there's asteroids to mine way out there. I've not been able to find them. I don't know where they are, and I don't know how far out they are. Avarice 1. Alright, let's get to exploring. Ooh, that's... I wish I had enough Cerberus, man. I can't raid. I can't board yet. Who else did I send? There you go. Just have you dock and wait. So I'm guessing that the these guys up here have the correct scrap processing module that I'm looking for. But I mean, the Manticore can tug stations, right? Stations and large class ships, right? That's what I'm understanding. They'll tug them over to my station, which will break them down.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Like hell it will. Wait. Tidebreak? Have I come across Tidebreak already? Okay, well...
Entering system. Antigone Memorial.
Well, I think, yeah, Manticore pairs with the processing station just fine. Is what I'm reading here. Can I get a... I can get a Manticore from up here. Right? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. For 3.3... Yeah, I bought the regular version because it goes down into Claytronics and whole parts. And the other one will create scrap cubes. For the, or not cubes, it'll create the components for Terran stuff. But once I get good with the Terrans, you know, I can build those stations over there and start raking in the money with that whole network. Oy, oy, oy. Mom, calling again.
Awaiting orders.
I see what you mean over here with Silent Witness. I had forgotten where I had seen all those wrecks, but yeah, I could make my way up there for sure. I know there's going to be a lot of wrecks over here in these conflict zones too, like second contact and whatnot. So I'll probably set up. I was going to think of setting up here in second contact also. Or maybe I'll see what's through the accelerator. I haven't been through here yet. Or maybe like 1 or 2 systems away, depending. I wonder what it takes to be in Windfall. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it does. So, I mean, 8,000, or I'm sorry, 8 million to set up nice scrap processing right there in Windfall. And then it's not too far away from a conflict zone. So, I plan on policing and patrolling the conflict zones very heavily in this playthrough. So, I'm not too worried about the conflict zones. I'm just worried about getting things set up quickly enough. I have seen stuff like this in the general information where it says how much of a natural resource is in there. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, raw scrap. Millions. Over here in Windfall. Raw scrap, not quite as much. Oh, it's got a damn chart? Ooh! Where's the encyclopedia for it, though? Oh, you are... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. But I don't see scrap. Let's see. Do I have to, like... Is it trade? What do you mean trade? Oh, cool. Okay, so I can see which ones I have owned already. Oh, damn. That's the one I want. Well, I'm gonna have to set up north then, Silent Witness. Am I gonna have to get this, Miss Daniels? Please. Please. Alright, I'm gonna have to do this myself. I can never really trust the AI pilots to get these lockboxes. Oh, I'll pacify the CAC.
Hello.
You are relieved. And this rapier is weird because it's got that weird firing angle. Oh, don't even get me started. I've been blown up a couple times by the freaking mines coming out. I forget that they have mines in them, so thank you for reminding me. I need to get my defense stations blueprints set up so I can start claiming territory. So I'll need an admin, and I think I have a Terran bridge already, but I need a disc so I can start building defense stations. Okay,
Can I help?
Let's go. Where are we going, in fact? How do you normally set up your defense stations? No.
Entering system. The Void.
Damn, all those boxes. Oh, I need to replenish this one. I only have 8. Wait a minute. Wait. You guys were finding me stuff in
Entering
Avarice. What
system.
happened?
Second contact.
I need at least one person.
Entering system. True sight. Entering system.
Yeah, see, that's
Fully
something,
vision.
that's what I want to get set up too. I need to get the right blueprints for it still, though. Come on, Holy Order, give me something to work with. I don't think I have contraband, but better save it just in case.
Hello there.
Alright, well, let's destroy some criminals. We'll give some time for our stations to get built. Pumping some stuff out. So all those high-end things need to be gotten. Where is he?
Short range transporter. B.
Get him. Get him. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Clear the station, please. There you go. Oh, God. Oh, there's more. Alright, I'm gonna go in. This guy obviously...
Don't do it!
Oh, come on now. Where's he going? Okay.
Hey! Stop them!
Civilian ship. B.
That is very helpful. Thank you for the shifty. Very, very shifty. Can we? Oh, there's another one.
Short range transporter. B.
Dang it, they got me.
Rapier.
Hello.
I tried to get up quickly enough, but he got me. Wait, are they shooting us? No, don't shoot us. Oh wait, no, that's the damn...
Paranit stations.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, no, we don't need the security vessel getting on us. Okay, let's fly right into all of this riffraff. How long does it take for the thing to go away?
Your feeble skills are no match for mine.
Yeah, I know. That's why I haven't done this before. Because every time I get in there, they're going to scan me and I'm just going to be, you know, a criminal. I just unlocked the player HQ not too long ago so I can finally stash all of my contraband, but I just constantly am picking up contraband. You know what? Let's go drop off and then let's come back. Jesus Christ.
Hello. Can I help?
You don't bother me.
Besides, I need more EMP bombs. So is there a shipyard in Avarice 1 that I'm not finding? Might have to do my own search. Bottom rightish. Yeah,
Entering
right
system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system. Pious mists.
Your bot keeps harassing them.
I know.
Give me money. Give me money. Hey, give me money.
I need to adjust the timers.
Baby, have you even touched that watermelon?
I have not.
Have some. It's good.
I will eat some.
Entering system. Nobilia's fortune.
Hey, what?
Remember that time we made a Minecraft world about...
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Your what?
Remember?
What?
On Minecraft?
I'm sorry, say it again.
That time we made a world about the Cuban Missile Crisis on Minecraft together.
I do. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play it with some of my friends because I did some more adjustments.
Okay.
Tour of village and stuff.
You say the sun is exploding in Avarice?
Good dad.
I love it. Good times at Minecraft. Oh damn, it is. 1390. Woo! Man, Avarice is where to go for sun, for energy. They have... Oh, hold on. Where are we at? What are we doing? No. Waiting for everyone to drop their crap off. I made like 9 million's worth of caviar last time I did this.
Awaiting orders.
I did Nvidium, or in Nividium, is it? Mining last time. I didn't find it as profitable, and it was a lot more high maintenance. Yeah, I had to end up selling the Nvidium myself often, to the point where I just stopped checking them. And by that point, I've not really done mining specifically myself, other than set up auto miners, so I don't know what you're talking about, probably.
It appears that this laboratory came pre-installed with a safe deposit storage facility.
Yeah, it did.
If you ever find yourself in possession of objects of dubious origin, do not hesitate to leave them here. You may even be able to order your pilots to deposit their personal inventory.
Okay. Okay. See, I have seen those little spots and I wondered what they were for. But other than crystal mining, I've not really gone out and shot asteroids. Are we all dropped off? Come on. Come on, miner. Sweet. Yeah. God, there's so much of this game that I've not really dealt with. Alright. Everything's dropped off. What do we got? I don't even think we have stuff to put together a CETA. I mean, we're getting a lot of materials, but we can't even make mods yet. Make a bunch more caviar. I could sell those crystals. That's why they call it a bypass. See, I've always wondered if you could set up little mining teams like that. You know, could you assign a transport ship to a large mining ship and then it hauls the ore back to the refinery for you?
Hello. Can I help? Here you go.
Now that makes a lot more sense right there.
Here you go.
That makes a lot more goddamn sense. Where's that thing at? Keon crystal. I guess I can't sell it.
Split wish you fortune.
Oh, well, did you look at that? I can make a CETA drive. I can make 2 CETA drives. Yeah, I was wondering, so you have to do it in a small mining ship, or medium would do still? Oh, I got my CETA. Security apparatus. I guess that's still, you know, okay. Alright, that's all the crafting I can do. Yeah,
Hello.
once I get all the teleport research done,
Can I
I'm going to
help?
go in and do all of the
Here you go.
other ones. The customization ones. Oh, it's Alex. I'll be right back.
Here you go.
Oh, okay. Well,
Split
I'm gonna go put this
fortune.
stuff up, and I think I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Rapier.
The ship will be undocking soon.
All right. Actually, you know what? There. We'll check these things out real quick. Don't have a lot of ore coming in. Do I have everything built on there? Solid. Yeah, container solid. I just need more miners. Same thing. Yep. All right. Well, non sequitur. If you haven't already, hit that follow button, and I'm gonna have to cut it right here. But we'll see you next time. Okay.